Hey guys, did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. The fluorescent lights of the Camp Redwood Mess Hall buzzed overhead, casting a sickly yellow glow on the decorations strung haphazardly across the walls. Camper Appreciation Night, the banner proclaimed in bold, glitter-encrusted letters, but the only appreciation I felt was for the prospect of escaping this boredom-infested hellhole. Come on, Ethan, you know this is going to suck, Mark grumbled beside me, his glasses slipping down his nose as he scowled at the makeshift stage. He was right, of course. Camp Redwood had been one disappointment after another. The archery tournament was rained out, the canoes were leaky, thanks to a family of squirrels, apparently, and the nature hikes consisted of trudging through mosquito-infested woods without spotting so much as a chipmunk. Even the arts and crafts were a bust. My leather wallet looked more like a deformed potato than something I could actually keep money in. But guys, we'll get in trouble, Tom whined, his voice a feeble attempt at reason. Everyone else is going. Mark scoffed. Just because everyone's jumping off a bridge doesn't mean we should too. Remember that movie where everyone on the plane ate the fish and got sick? Tom, bless his rule-following heart, always fell for Mark's movie analogies. But I had to agree. Camper Appreciation Night promised a couple of off-key sing-alongs, some forced smiles from the counselors, and the infamous Hope Patch Awards, which everyone was pretty sure were culturally insensitive to someone, somewhere. The only exciting thing about this whole week had been Mark's discovery of an old abandoned cabin hidden in the woods. And that's where we were headed. Yeah, Mark, I said, a grin spreading across my face. Let's do it. My man. Mark slapped me on the back, his own grin mirroring mine. Even if it turns out to be nothing special, at least we had an adventure. That's what camp's all about, right? An adventure. Now that was something Camp Redwood desperately lacked. Our old camp, Camp Bendix Point, had been shut down due to a lice infestation, of all things, and our parents had jumped at the chance to send us to this newly refurbished place. But Camp Redwood, with its broken equipment, bored counselors, and now this forced celebration, was a pale imitation of the fun we used to have. I still don't know. Tom wavered, but I knew how to handle him. Tom, if you don't come with us, I'm putting a snake in your sleeping bag, I threatened. There are no snakes in these woods, he protested weakly. I'll buy one, I countered, and that settled it. Tom, ever the follower, reluctantly agreed. As we crept towards the edge of the camp, we spotted the camp director, Barry, locking up the mess hall. He looked so earnest and hopeful, like a puppy eager to please. I felt a pang of guilt, but the lure of the unknown was too strong to resist. We slipped into the shadows, leaving the brightly lit camp behind, and ventured into the darkness of the woods, our hearts pounding with anticipation. The moon cast long, eerie shadows as we made our way through the dense woods surrounding Camp Redwood. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. "This is way creepier than I thought it would be," Tom whispered, his voice barely audible above the chirping of crickets. "Relax, Tom," Mark said, his voice a reassuring murmur. "It's just an old cabin. Probably hasn't been used in decades." Mark, ever the fearless explorer, had stumbled upon the cabin earlier that week while wandering off the designated hiking trail. He described it as a small, ramshackle structure, barely bigger than a shed, hidden amongst the trees. It sounded like the perfect place to escape the monotony of camp and maybe uncover some forgotten treasures. "Remember that time we found that old box of comic books in the attic at Bendix Point?" I asked, recalling one of our many adventures at our old summer camp. "Yeah, and that creepy doll with the missing eye," Mark added with a chuckle. We shared a laugh, the tension easing slightly. The memory of our past escapades fueled our excitement. This abandoned cabin held the promise of a similar thrill, a chance to break free from the rules and regulations of Camp Redwood and create our own adventure. After what felt like an eternity of navigating through the dark woods, Mark stopped abruptly. "There it is," he whispered, pointing towards a shadowy silhouette in the distance. The cabin, bathed in the pale moonlight, looked more ominous than I had imagined. Its wooden walls were weathered and gray, the windows boarded up, and the roof sagged precariously. It looked like something out of a horror movie, the kind of place where a crazed killer might lurk. A shiver ran down my spine, but I pushed aside the feeling of unease. We had come this far. There was no turning back now. "Let's check it out," I said, my voice a mix of excitement and apprehension. We approached the cabin cautiously, our footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The front door hung open, creaking ominously in the breeze. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior of the cabin was shrouded in darkness, the musty smell of decay hanging heavy in the air. My flashlight beam danced across the dust-covered surfaces, revealing a scene frozen in time. Cobwebs draped like ghostly curtains, and the furniture was a jumble of broken chairs and a rotting table, as if the occupants had left in a hurry. "Looks like nobody's been here in ages," Tom said, his voice echoing in the silence. But as we ventured deeper, a sense of unease settled over me. There were signs that someone had been here recently, a half-burned candle on the table, a pile of empty food cans in the corner. This wasn't just an abandoned cabin, it was someone's hideout. Mark, ever the curious one, was drawn to a loose floorboard near the fireplace. He pried it open, revealing a dark cavity beneath. "Whoa, check this out," he exclaimed, shining his flashlight into the hole. A secret compartment. We huddled around the opening, peering into the darkness. It was too deep and narrow to see the bottom, but a cold, damp air wafted up, sending shivers down my spine. "What do you think's down there?" Tom asked, his voice hushed with apprehension. "Treasure?" Mark suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Or maybe a secret stash of old comic books." I wasn't so sure. A sense of foreboding crept over me, a feeling that we had stumbled upon something we weren't meant to find. As we continued our exploration, we uncovered more unsettling clues. A pile of blankets and a sleeping bag tucked away in a corner, a backpack filled with modern supplies, a pair of binoculars resting on the windowsill. These weren't the belongings of someone who had abandoned the cabin long ago. They belonged to someone who was still using it. My heart pounded in my chest. Who was this person, and why were they hiding out here? Was it the killer from Barry's campfire story? The thought sent a chill down my spine. We had stumbled upon a mystery, and I wasn't sure I wanted to solve it. A sudden snap of a twig outside the cabin sent a jolt of fear through me. We froze, our flashlights illuminating dust motes dancing in the stale air. "Did you hear that?" Tom whispered, his voice barely above a breath. We listened intently, our hearts pounding in our chests. The silence was broken only by the creaking of the old cabin and the distant hooting of an owl. Then, we heard it again. Footsteps. Slow and deliberate, approaching the cabin. Panic seized us. We were trapped, cornered like rats in a decaying cage. "What do we do?" Mark hissed, his eyes wide with fear. "Hide," I whispered back, scrambling towards the secret compartment in the floor. We squeezed into the cramped space, pulling the loose floorboard back into place above us. The darkness was absolute, the silence suffocating. We could hear the intruder's footsteps growing louder, closer. The cabin door creaked open, and a shaft of moonlight sliced through the darkness. We held our breath, praying that the floorboards wouldn't betray our hiding spot. The intruder moved around the cabin, their footsteps heavy and uneven. We could hear them rummaging through the belongings, tossing things aside, their breathing ragged and close. A floorboard creaked near our hiding spot. My heart leaped into my throat. Had they discovered us? The footsteps moved away, but the tension remained. We were trapped in the suffocating darkness, our fear growing with every passing moment. Then, a voice. A low, guttural growl, speaking in a language we didn't understand. It sent shivers down my spine. This wasn't just some curious hiker. This was something far more sinister. The intruder continued to move around the cabin, their growls and muttered words echoing in the confined space. We huddled together in the darkness, our bodies trembling, our minds racing with fear. Who was this person? What were they doing here? And would we ever escape this terrifying encounter? The beam of the intruder's flashlight swept across the dusty floorboards above us, momentarily illuminating our cramped hiding spot. We held our breath, our bodies pressed against the damp earth, praying he wouldn't notice the disturbed section of floor. He paused, his light lingering near the opening. A low growl rumbled from his throat, sending shivers down my spine. He was so close, we could almost feel the heat radiating from his body. Then, with agonizing slowness, he knelt down and peered into the darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I could feel Tom trembling beside me. "What is it?" Mark whispered, his voice a strained rasp. "I don't know," I breathed back, my eyes glued to the floorboards above. The intruder grunted and shifted his weight, his hand reaching towards the loose board. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable discovery. But instead of pulling up the floorboard, he stood up and moved away. We let out a collective sigh of relief, our bodies slumping with exhaustion. But our relief was short-lived. A moment later, we heard a heavy thud, followed by a scraping sound. He was dragging something heavy, something that blocked our only exit. "He's trapped us," Tom exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. I pushed against the floorboard above, but it wouldn't budge. Something heavy, maybe a piece of furniture, was blocking our escape. We were trapped in the suffocating darkness, our fear growing with every passing second. Through the gaps in the floorboards, we saw the intruder's flashlight beam dance across the ceiling. He was searching for something, his movements frantic and agitated. Then, he stopped. His light focused on a spot directly above us. I could feel my blood run cold. He had found us. The floorboard creaked as he knelt down once again. We braced ourselves for the confrontation, our hearts pounding in unison with the frantic beating of our trapped wings. The floorboard creaked ominously as the intruder shifted his weight above us. A sliver of light pierced the darkness, revealing a pair of worn work boots mere inches from my face. I held my breath, my body rigid with fear. Then, with a groan of old wood, the trapdoor swung open. A blinding light flooded the crawl space, and a face appeared in the opening, its features contorted in a grotesque snarl. The intruder's eyes, wild and bloodshot, darted around the cramped space, finally settling on us. A guttural growl escaped his lips, and he reached down, his hand grasping for Tom, who was closest to the opening. Tom let out a muffled scream, shrinking back against the damp earth. But before the intruder could grab him, Mark lashed out, kicking his foot upwards with surprising force. It connected with the intruder's chin, sending him stumbling backwards with a cry of pain. The trapdoor slammed shut, plunging us back into darkness. We scrambled to our feet, our hearts pounding in our chests. What was that? Tom gasped, his voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, my own voice shaky. "But we need to get out of here." I pushed against the trapdoor, but it wouldn't budge. The intruder had blocked it again, this time with something even heavier. We were trapped, with no escape in sight. Then, a faint light flickered through the cracks in the floorboards. The intruder was back, his flashlight beam dancing across the ceiling. He was muttering to himself, his voice a low, menacing rumble. We huddled together in the darkness, listening to his ravings. He spoke of shadows and whispers, of ancient evils and sacrifices. His words were incoherent, the ramblings of a madman. A chilling realization dawned on me. This wasn't just some random intruder. This was the killer from Barry's campfire story. He had found us, and he was going to make us his next victims. The madman's ravings echoed through the cabin, his words a chilling reminder of our predicament. We were trapped, at the mercy of a deranged killer, with no way out. Or so we thought. As the intruder paced above us, I frantically searched the crawl space for any possible escape route. My flashlight beam swept across the dirt floor, the rough-hewn walls, the cobweb-draped ceiling. There had to be a way out, some hidden passage, some forgotten opening. Then I saw it. A faint glimmer of light near the back of the crawl space, where the earth met the foundation of the cabin. I crawled towards it, my heart pounding with a renewed sense of hope. "What is it?" Mark whispered, his voice filled with desperation. "I think I found a way out," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. The light came from a small crack in the foundation, barely wide enough to fit my hand through. I dug at the loose soil, widening the opening, my fingers scraping against the rough stones. "Help me with this," I urged, and Tom and Mark quickly joined in, their desperation fueling their efforts. We dug furiously, the soil falling away to reveal a narrow tunnel leading into the darkness beyond. It was a tight squeeze, but it was our only chance. "I'll go first," I said, pushing myself into the tunnel head first. The earth was cold and damp against my skin, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. I wriggled forward, my body scraping against the rough walls. Behind me, I could hear Tom and Mark following, their muffled grunts and curses echoing in the confined space. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, but finally, I saw a faint light ahead. With a final push, I emerged into the cool night air, gasping for breath. Tom and Mark followed close behind, their faces pale and streaked with dirt. We had escaped the madman's clutches, but we weren't safe yet. We had to get back to camp, warn the others, before it was too late. We burst out of the tunnel, gasping for air and blinking in the sudden moonlight. The cool night air was a welcome relief after the stifling confines of the crawl space. "We made it!" Tom exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "Not yet," I said, my gaze sweeping the dark woods. "We need to get back to camp." We stumbled through the undergrowth, our bodies aching, our clothes torn and covered in dirt. The fear of pursuit lent urgency to our steps, but the darkness and unfamiliar terrain made progress slow. After what felt like an eternity, we emerged from the woods, the lights of Camp Redwood twinkling in the distance. Relief washed over me. We were almost safe. But as we approached the camp, a sense of unease settled over me. The usual sounds of laughter and chatter were absent, replaced by an eerie silence. The campfire that always burned brightly near the mess hall was extinguished, leaving the camp shrouded in an unsettling darkness. "Where is everyone?" Mark asked, his voice barely a whisper. We hurried towards the cabins, our hearts pounding with a growing sense of dread. The doors were all open, the interiors empty. The bunks were neatly made, belongings left untouched, as if the campers had vanished into thin air. "This is creepy," Tom said, his voice trembling. "Where could they be?" We checked the mess hall, the activity center, even the infirmary. The camp was completely deserted. No campers, no counselors, no sign of life. A chilling thought crept into my mind. Had the madman from the cabin somehow reached the camp before us? Had he done something to everyone? The image of the bloodshot eyes and the menacing snarl flashed through my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. We had escaped the cabin, but we were not safe. Something terrible had happened at Camp Redwood, and we were caught in the middle of it. The silence of Camp Redwood was deafening. We stood frozen, the empty cabins and deserted pathways mocking our desperate hope for answers. "Maybe they're all down by the lake," Tom suggested, his voice a mere tremor in the stillness. We raced towards the lake, our feet pounding the familiar path. But the shore was deserted, the canoes undisturbed, the campfire pit cold and empty. A growing sense of dread filled the void. Where could everyone be? Then, a faint light flickered from the mess hall. We exchanged a worried glance and cautiously approached the building. The front doors were chained shut, but a side window had been smashed, shards of glass glinting in the moonlight. I peered through the broken window, my breath catching in my throat. The scene inside was one of unimaginable horror. The mess hall was a bloodbath. Bodies lay strewn across the floor, twisted and contorted in grotesque positions. Tables and chairs were overturned, splintered and broken, as if a wild animal had rampaged through the room. Blood splattered the walls, a gruesome testament to the violence that had occurred. My stomach churned, and I stumbled back from the window, bile rising in my throat. Mark and Tom gasped, their faces pale with horror. "Oh my God," Tom whispered, his voice barely audible. We couldn't process the scene before us. The entire camp, campers, counselors, even Barry, all massacred. It was a scene ripped from a nightmare, a horrifying reality we couldn't escape. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I turned away, unable to stomach the sight any longer. But even with my eyes closed, the images burned into my mind, the stench of blood and death filling my nostrils. We had escaped the madman in the cabin, only to stumble upon a far greater horror. Camp Redwood had become a slaughterhouse, and we were the only witnesses. The shock of the massacre hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the evil that lurked beneath the surface of Camp Redwood. We stumbled out of the mess hall, our minds reeling, our hearts heavy with grief and fear. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky, we huddled together, trying to make sense of the unimaginable horror we had witnessed. The silence was broken only by our ragged breaths and the occasional sob. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the man from the cabin, his face pale and drawn, his clothes stained with blood. He moved towards us, his eyes filled with a strange mix of fear and desperation. "He's the one who did it," Mark whispered, his voice filled with accusation. But the man shook his head, his lips forming words we couldn't understand. He pointed towards the woods, his expression pleading. We followed him hesitantly, our fear battling with our curiosity. He led us to a clearing deep in the woods, where a monstrous sight awaited us. The creature from Barry's campfire story stood before us, its form grotesque and terrifying. Its skin was a patchwork of decaying flesh, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. It snarled at us, its jaws dripping with blood. The man from the cabin stepped forward, his face contorted with rage. He lunged at the creature, a rusty knife clutched in his hand. They grappled, their forms a blur of violence in the early morning light. The creature roared, its claws tearing at the man's flesh. But the man fought back with a ferocity born of desperation, his knife finding its mark again and again. Finally, with a guttural cry, the creature collapsed, its body dissolving into a putrid mass. The man stood over it, his chest heaving, his body covered in wounds. He turned to us, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. He spoke in broken English, his voice raspy and weak. "Not human," he said, pointing to the dissolving remains of the creature. "Evil." He explained that he had been tracking the creature for years, ever since it had killed his family. He had tried to warn the camp, but no one believed him. Now, with the creature dead, he could finally rest. He collapsed to the ground, his life fading away with the rising sun. We stood there, stunned by the revelation. The man from the cabin, the one we had feared, was actually a hero. He had saved us from a fate worse than death. As the police arrived and the chaos of the aftermath unfolded, we knew that Camp Redwood would forever be etched in our memories, a place of horror and heroism, of darkness and light. We had survived the camper appreciation nightmare, but the scars would remain, a chilling reminder of the night we faced the true face of evil. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as I hiked deeper into the Canadian wilderness. The vibrant hues of the changing leaves painted a breathtaking panorama, but a shiver ran down my spine, a premonition of something ominous lurking beneath the surface of this picturesque beauty. My name is Alex, and I'm a nature enthusiast with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. This year, my adventurous spirit led me to Banff National Park, renowned for its majestic mountains and pristine lakes. But this trip wasn't just about appreciating nature's grandeur. I was here for the annual Halloween festival, an event shrouded in local legends and whispers of the supernatural. It all started with an invitation, a weathered parchment delivered to my doorstep with no return address. The elegant calligraphy invited me to the Feast of Shadows, a Halloween celebration held deep within the heart of Banff. Intrigued by the cryptic message and the promise of a unique experience, I packed my bags and embarked on a solo road trip from my home in Seattle. The journey was long but exhilarating, the anticipation building with every mile. As I crossed the Canadian border, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The landscape grew wilder, the forests denser, and the shadows longer. The radio signals faded, replaced by an eerie silence punctuated only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant cry of a lone wolf. The sun began to set as I reached the park's entrance, casting long shadows that danced across the winding road. The air grew colder, and a thick fog rolled in, enveloping the surroundings in an ethereal mist. The park was eerily deserted, the usual bustle of tourists replaced by an unsettling quiet. A shiver ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. Despite the growing unease, I pressed on, following the signs to the festival grounds. The road narrowed, twisting and turning through the dense forest. The fog thickened, obscuring the path ahead, and I had to rely on my headlights to navigate the treacherous terrain. The darkness seemed to press in on me, and the silence was broken only by the rhythmic thumping of my heart. Finally, I reached a clearing, where a few flickering lanterns illuminated a cluster of tents and makeshift stalls. This was it, the Feast of Shadows. The scene was far from festive, the sparse decorations were more macabre than celebratory, and the few attendees huddled around small fires, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and anticipation. A sense of dread settled over me, a feeling that I had stumbled into something far more sinister than a Halloween festival. But there was no turning back now. I was here, and I was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within the shadows of Banff National Park. The Feast of Shadows was a far cry from the lively Halloween celebrations I was used to. The atmosphere was heavy with an unsettling energy, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and something ancient, something primal. The flickering lanterns cast long, dancing shadows, distorting the faces of the festival attendees, making them appear more ghoulish than human. I wandered through the sparsely populated stalls, each offering macabre wares, bones carved into intricate shapes, jars filled with unidentifiable liquids, and masks that seemed to stare back with a malevolent intelligence. The vendors, cloaked in dark robes, spoke in hushed tones, their eyes filled with a knowing glint that sent chills down my spine. A sense of unease settled over me, a feeling of being watched, of being hunted. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to the spooky ambience and my overactive imagination, but the feeling persisted, growing stronger with every passing moment. Deciding to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the festival, I retreated to my campsite, a secluded spot nestled deeper into the woods. The darkness had fully descended, the moon hidden behind a thick veil of clouds, leaving the forest shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. The only light came from my flickering campfire, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding trees. As I set up my tent, the silence was broken by a series of unsettling sounds, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves, and the distant howl of a wolf. My heart pounded in my chest, and I couldn't help but feel that I wasn't alone. The feeling intensified as I sat by the fire, trying to warm myself against the growing chill. Shadows danced in the periphery of my vision, and I could have sworn I saw a pair of glowing eyes watching me from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the trees, extinguishing my campfire and plunging me into complete darkness. Panic seized me, and I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking uncontrollably. As the beam of light pierced the darkness, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was tall and imposing, its silhouette barely visible against the dark backdrop of the forest. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears, as the figure slowly retreated into the shadows. Was it just my imagination playing tricks on me? Or was there something truly sinister lurking in the depths of Banff National Park? The question lingered in my mind, fueling my fear and curiosity in equal measure. I knew I wouldn't rest until I uncovered the truth, but a growing sense of dread told me that the answers I sought might be more terrifying than I could ever imagine. The next morning, the unsettling events of the previous night lingered in my mind like a persistent nightmare. The shadowy figure, the extinguished campfire, the eerie sounds, all pointed towards something sinister lurking within the seemingly serene landscape of Banff National Park. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to explore the park further, hoping to find some answers or at least some semblance of normalcy. As I ventured deeper into the wilderness, the festive atmosphere of the Halloween festival faded, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to amplify every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs. The towering trees, their branches gnarled and twisted, formed a dense canopy overhead, blocking out the sunlight and casting long, ominous shadows. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and a thick fog clung to the ground, obscuring the path ahead. As I hiked along the winding trail, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow darting behind a tree or a pair of glowing eyes peering from the undergrowth. The feeling of unease intensified as I stumbled upon an old, abandoned ranger station. The building was dilapidated, its windows boarded up and its walls covered in graffiti. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I approached, and I couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden within its decaying walls. Cautiously, I pushed open the creaking door, revealing a dark and dusty interior. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling like ghostly shrouds. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed a figure sitting in a corner, shrouded in shadows. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached, my flashlight beam illuminating the figure's weathered face. It was an old man, his eyes deep-set and filled with a mixture of sadness and fear. He looked up at me, his voice raspy and weak. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered, his words barely audible. "This place is cursed. The creature, it watches." I felt a chill run down my spine as he spoke, his words confirming my deepest fears. There was something truly sinister lurking in these woods, something ancient and malevolent. The old man continued, his voice trembling with fear. "It's drawn to the festival, to the energy of the living. It feeds on fear, on despair. You must leave, before it's too late." His words echoed in my mind as I left the ranger station. The image of the old man's terrified face burned into my memory. I knew I should heed his warning, turn back and leave this cursed place, but my curiosity, my insatiable thirst for the unknown, urged me forward. I was determined to uncover the truth about the creature, to understand its origins and its purpose. But as I ventured deeper into the wilderness, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was walking into a trap set by an ancient evil that had been awakened from its slumber. The old ranger's warning echoed in my mind as I pressed deeper into the wilderness, a chilling reminder of the unseen danger lurking within the shadows. The forest seemed to close in around me, the towering trees casting long, eerie shadows that danced and distorted in the fading light. A sense of foreboding settled over me, a primal fear that sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched, hunted by something unseen, something malevolent. The rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs sent my heart racing, my senses on high alert. Suddenly, a guttural growl ripped through the silence, echoing through the trees. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The growl was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a deep, primal sound that spoke of immense power and insatiable hunger. My instinct screamed at me to run, to flee back to the safety of the campsite, but my curiosity, my insatiable thirst for the unknown, held me captive. I had to see what lurked in the shadows, what creature could produce such a terrifying sound. Slowly, cautiously, I crept forward, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The growling grew louder, closer, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Then, I saw it. A hulking figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. It was larger than any bear I had ever seen, its fur matted and thick, its claws long and sharp. But it was the creature's face that truly terrified me. It was a grotesque mockery of a bear's face, elongated and twisted, with a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes burned with a malevolent intelligence, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. The creature lunged at me, its claws outstretched. I screamed and stumbled backward, tripping over a tree root and falling to the ground. The creature loomed over me, its hot breath reeking of decay and death. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, but the attack never came. Instead, I heard a deafening roar, followed by the sound of crashing branches and the creature's enraged snarls. Cautiously, I opened my eyes to see a figure standing between me and the creature. It was the old ranger, his face grim, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. He held a rifle in his hands, and the creature backed away, snarling and snapping its jaws. The ranger fired a warning shot, and the creature retreated into the shadows, its growls echoing through the trees. I scrambled to my feet, my heart still pounding in my chest. "You shouldn't be here," the ranger said, his voice gruff. "This place is dangerous. You need to leave." I nodded, my fear outweighing my curiosity. I followed the ranger back to the campsite, my mind reeling from the encounter. I had seen the creature, the legend was real, and I knew I had to escape this cursed place before it claimed me as its next victim. The encounter with the creature had shaken me to my core. The ranger's intervention had saved my life, but it also confirmed my worst fears. The legends were true, and something sinister lurked in the heart of Banff National Park. I returned to my campsite, the image of the creature's grotesque face burned into my memory. The once peaceful forest now seemed menacing, every shadow a potential hiding place for the beast. The rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs sent shivers down my spine, my senses on high alert. Sleep evaded me that night. I lay awake in my tent, the darkness pressing in on me, the silence broken only by the pounding of my heart. Every creak and groan of the trees sounded like the creature's footsteps, every gust of wind like its ragged breathing. As the night wore on, my fear gave way to doubt. Had I really seen the creature? Or was it just a figment of my imagination, a product of the spooky atmosphere and the old ranger's warnings? I tried to rationalize the encounter, attributing it to sleep deprivation and an overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew I had seen something real, something that defied explanation. The next morning, I packed my gear, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the park. But as I started my car, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again and again, but the car refused to start. A wave of panic washed over me. I was stranded, trapped in this cursed place with a creature that hunted in the shadows. I checked under the hood, but my limited knowledge of mechanics offered no solutions. Desperate, I tried to call for help, but my phone had no signal. The park was too remote, the trees blocking any chance of communication with the outside world. I was alone, cut off from civilization, with a monster lurking in the shadows. The feeling of dread intensified, and I knew I had to find a way to escape before it was too late. As I pondered my options, I noticed a faint glow emanating from the depths of the forest. Curiosity piqued, I cautiously followed the light, hoping it would lead me to help or at least some answers. The glow led me to a clearing, where a small cabin stood bathed in an ethereal light. The cabin looked ancient, its walls made of rough-hewn logs, its roof covered in moss. A sense of mystery surrounded the place, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was stepping into the unknown. As I approached the cabin, the door creaked open, inviting me in. I hesitated, unsure of what awaited me inside, but the promise of shelter and perhaps some answers drew me forward. Little did I know that this cabin held the key to the creature's origins, a dark secret that would plunge me deeper into the heart of the mystery and closer to the terrifying truth. The cabin door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior filled with the musty scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. Dust motes danced in the faint rays of sunlight that filtered through cracks in the boarded-up windows, illuminating a sparsely furnished room. A rough-hewn table occupied the center, surrounded by 3 rickety chairs, and a stone fireplace dominated one wall, cold and empty. Despite the unsettling quiet and the air of abandonment, an odd sense of familiarity washed over me. It was as if I had been here before, in another life, in another time. A shiver ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was stepping into a place steeped in secrets and shadows. As I explored the cabin further, I discovered a hidden door concealed behind a tattered tapestry. My heart pounded with anticipation as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. A cold draft emanated from the depths, carrying with it the faint whisper of forgotten voices. Intrigued, I descended the stairs, my flashlight beam cutting through the thick darkness. The air grew colder with each step, and the silence was broken only by the echo of my own footsteps. The staircase led to a small, stone-walled chamber. A single flickering lantern cast an eerie glow on the walls, revealing ancient symbols etched into the rough surface. The symbols were unfamiliar, yet they seemed to resonate with a deep, primal part of my being, stirring a sense of unease within me. In the center of the chamber, I found a weathered leather-bound book resting on a stone pedestal. Its pages were filled with faded ink, the writing in a language I couldn't decipher. As I carefully turned the pages, I noticed intricate illustrations depicting a creature that resembled the one I had encountered in the forest. The illustrations depicted the creature in various forms, sometimes as a hulking bear-like beast, sometimes as a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, and sometimes as a grotesque amalgamation of both. The images were accompanied by cryptic texts, hinting at a dark history and a malevolent power. As I delved deeper into the book, I began to piece together the fragments of a chilling legend. The creature, it seemed, was not merely a beast of the forest, but a supernatural entity, a shapeshifter that had haunted Banff National Park for centuries. According to the legend, the creature was a guardian of a portal, a gateway to another dimension that opened on Halloween night. The portal, it was said, allowed malevolent entities to cross into our world, bringing with them chaos and destruction. The creature's purpose was to prevent these entities from entering our world, but it was a task that had taken its toll. Over time, the creature had become corrupted by the darkness it guarded, its form twisted and its mind consumed by a hunger for power. The legend also spoke of a ritual, a sacrifice that could appease the creature and seal the portal. But the ritual was dangerous, requiring a willing participant to offer their life force to the creature. As I closed the book, a chill ran down my spine. The legend was more than just a story. It was a warning, a glimpse into the dark heart of Banff National Park. I realized that I was not just a visitor in this place, but a pawn in a game played by ancient forces. The creature was real, the portal was real, and I was caught in the middle of a battle between dimensions. I knew I had to find a way to escape this cursed place, to warn others of the danger lurking within the shadows. But first, I had to survive the night, to evade the creature's grasp and unravel the secrets of the ritual. The storm raged outside, a furious symphony of howling winds and torrential rain. The old cabin groaned and shuddered under the onslaught, its windows rattling like chattering teeth. Inside, I huddled by the feeble warmth of the fireplace, the flames casting flickering shadows that danced across the ancient symbols etched into the stone walls. The storm had trapped me, cutting off any chance of escape from this cursed place. The roads were impassable, the phone lines down, and the outside world seemed a distant memory. I was alone, stranded in the heart of Banff National Park, with a malevolent creature lurking in the shadows and a dark ritual looming on the horizon. The sense of isolation was suffocating. The silence between the thunderclaps was filled with an eerie tension, a palpable sense of dread that clung to the air like a shroud. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind that howled down the chimney, sent shivers down my spine. I tried to distract myself, to focus on anything but the growing fear that gnawed at my insides. I reread the weathered book, poring over the cryptic texts and disturbing illustrations, hoping to find some clue, some way to break the curse or appease the creature. But the more I read, the more I realized the depth of the darkness I had stumbled into. The creature was not just a guardian of the portal, it was a manifestation of the darkness itself, a being of immense power and malevolence. The ritual, I now understood, was not a way to appease the creature, but a way to empower it, to unleash its full potential upon the world. And I, it seemed, was destined to be the sacrificial lamb. As the night wore on, the storm intensified, and the creature's presence grew stronger. I could feel its eyes upon me, watching, waiting, savoring the fear that pulsed through my veins. The shadows in the cabin deepened, taking on monstrous shapes that danced and writhed in the flickering firelight. The wind whispered my name, carrying with it the creature's chilling laughter. I knew I couldn't stay in the cabin, couldn't remain a passive victim waiting for the inevitable. I had to act, to find a way to fight back, to break the curse and escape this nightmare. But what could I do? How could I, a mere mortal, stand against a creature of such immense power? The answer, I knew, lay within the ancient symbols, within the secrets hidden within the weathered pages of the book. With renewed determination, I delved back into the book, searching for a clue, a weakness, a way to turn the creature's power against itself. The storm raged outside, but within the confines of the cabin, a different kind of storm brewed, a battle of wills between a man and a monster. The storm reached its crescendo, the wind howling like a banshee, the rain battering against the cabin walls like an angry mob. Inside, the atmosphere crackled with a tension thicker than the smoke that billowed from the fireplace. I sat hunched over the ancient book, the cryptic symbols swimming before my eyes. A sense of urgency gripped me. I knew the creature was growing stronger with the storm, its power amplified by the chaos of the elements. The ritual, I feared, was imminent. I had to find a way to disrupt it, to break the curse, to stop the creature from unleashing its full potential upon the world. Suddenly, a symbol in the book caught my eye. It was a spiral, similar to the ones etched into the cabin walls, but with subtle differences. This spiral, I realized, was not a symbol of power, but of protection, a ward against the creature's influence. Hope surged through me. If I could harness the power of this symbol, I might be able to shield myself from the creature's grasp, to disrupt the ritual, to break the curse. But how? How could I activate the symbol, channel its protective energy? The answer, I realized, lay in the ritual itself. The ritual, designed to empower the creature, could also be used to weaken it, to turn its own power against it. I had to become a participant in the ritual, to offer myself as a sacrifice, but not to empower the creature, but to disrupt its connection to the portal, to sever its link to the other dimension. The thought terrified me, but I knew it was my only chance. I had to trust my instincts, to believe in the power of the symbol, to have faith in my ability to overcome the darkness. As the storm raged outside, I prepared myself for the ritual. I etched the protective spiral onto my skin, using charcoal from the fireplace. I chanted the incantations I had deciphered from the book, my voice echoing through the cabin. Then, as the clock struck midnight, the hour of the ritual, I stepped out into the storm. The wind whipped at my clothes, the rain lashed against my face, but I stood firm, my gaze fixed on the clearing where I knew the portal would open. The ground trembled, and a blinding light erupted from the clearing. The creature emerged from the light, its form more terrifying than ever, its eyes burning with malevolent power. I stood my ground, my heart pounding in my chest, my hand clasped tightly around the protective symbol. The creature lunged at me, its claws outstretched, its jaws gaping. But as it reached for me, the symbol on my skin glowed with a blinding light. The creature recoiled, its roar of rage echoing through the storm. I had disrupted the ritual, broken the connection, weakened the creature. Now, it was time to finish it. The creature staggered back, its roar of pain and fury echoing through the storm. The protective symbol burned on my skin, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. I knew I had struck a blow, disrupted the ritual, but the battle was far from over. The creature lunged again, its rage amplified by the interruption of its dark purpose. Its claws raked the air, narrowly missing me as I dove to the side. The ground shook with its every step, the trees swayed and groaned under the force of its fury. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I couldn't outrun it, couldn't overpower it. My only hope was to use its own power against it, to exploit the vulnerability exposed by the disrupted ritual. I recalled the ancient symbols etched into the cabin walls, the cryptic texts in the weathered book. The creature, I realized, was not just a physical entity, but a manifestation of the darkness, a conduit for the malevolent forces that sought to enter our world. The portal, still open, pulsed with an eerie light, a gateway to the other dimension. If I could close the portal, I could sever the creature's connection to its source of power, weaken it, perhaps even banish it back to the realm from which it came. But how? How could I, a mere mortal, close a portal to another dimension? The answer, I realized, lay in the creature itself. The creature was the key, the guardian, the link between the two worlds. I had to force the creature back into the portal, to use its own connection to sever the link, to collapse the gateway. It was a desperate gamble, a risky maneuver, but it was my only chance. I charged towards the creature, dodging its swipes and lunges. I reached out, my hand glowing with the protective symbol, and touched the creature's chest. A shockwave erupted, throwing me back, but the creature stumbled, its roar turning into a guttural scream. The portal flickered, its light dimming. The creature thrashed, its form distorting, its connection to the other dimension weakening. I pressed my advantage, channeling all my energy into the protective symbol, pushing the creature towards the portal. The creature resisted, its claws digging into the ground, its eyes burning with hatred and desperation. But the power of the symbol was too strong, the pull of the portal too great. With a final surge of energy, I shoved the creature into the portal. The light flared, then imploded, the gateway collapsing in on itself. The creature's roar was cut short, replaced by an echoing silence. I collapsed to the ground, exhausted but triumphant. The storm had subsided, the clouds parting to reveal a star-studded sky. The air was clear, the forest quiet, the darkness banished. I had faced the creature, disrupted the ritual, closed the portal. I had saved myself, and perhaps the world, from the encroaching darkness. But the experience had changed me, marked me, left me with a profound understanding of the unseen forces that shape our reality. I was no longer just a visitor in Banff National Park. I was a guardian, a protector, a warrior against the darkness. And I knew that my journey had just begun. The morning sun painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, casting a warm glow over the rain-soaked forest. The storm had passed, leaving behind a sense of tranquility that belied the harrowing events of the night. I sat on the steps of the old cabin, the weathered book resting on my lap. The ancient symbols seemed less menacing now, their secrets revealed, their power neutralized. The creature was gone, banished back to the shadowy realm from which it came. The portal was closed, the threat to our world contained. But the experience had left its mark on me, etched into my soul like the protective spiral I had carved into my skin. The encounter with the creature, the confrontation with the darkness, had changed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. I felt a newfound strength within me, a resilience forged in the fires of fear and adversity. I had faced my deepest fears, stared into the abyss, and emerged victorious. But I also carried a burden, a knowledge of the unseen forces that shape our reality, a responsibility to protect our world from the encroaching darkness. I knew I couldn't stay in Banff National Park, couldn't remain in the shadow of the events that had transpired. I needed to return to the world, to share my story, to warn others of the dangers that lurk beyond the veil of perception. But I also knew that I could never truly leave the forest behind. The experience had become a part of me, a defining chapter in my life story. The whispers of the wind, the rustling of the leaves, would forever carry echoes of the creature's roar, reminders of the battle I had fought, the darkness I had overcome. As I packed my gear and prepared to leave the cabin, I took one last look at the ancient symbols etched into the walls. They were no longer symbols of fear and mystery, but of resilience and triumph, reminders of the power within us all to confront the darkness and emerge victorious. I stepped out into the sunlight, the forest stretching before me, a vast and ancient wilderness teeming with unseen wonders and hidden dangers. I knew that the world was full of mysteries, of forces beyond our comprehension, but I also knew that I was ready to face them, to explore the unknown, to protect our world from the shadows that lurked beyond the veil. My journey in Banff National Park had come to an end, but my journey as a guardian, a protector, a warrior against the darkness, had just begun. And as I walked away from the cabin, I carried with me the scars and whispers of the forest, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of hope in the face of darkness. The winding mountain road snaked upwards, each curve revealing a breathtaking vista of towering pines and granite peaks. Sunlight glinted off the crystal-clear waters of a distant lake, a stark contrast to the tension that hung heavy in the car. Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, while Sarah stared out the window, her expression a mixture of apprehension and hope. They had come to the Whisperwood Mountain Resort seeking refuge, a sanctuary from the pressures of their city lives and the growing chasm in their relationship. Mark, a successful architect, was consumed by his work, often neglecting Sarah and their emotional connection. Sarah, a freelance writer, felt increasingly isolated, her anxieties amplified by Mark's emotional distance. The resort appeared as a haven of tranquility, nestled amidst the towering trees. A rustic wooden sign welcomed them, its faded paint hinting at a history both charming and slightly unsettling. As they pulled up to the main lodge, a sense of isolation washed over them. The parking lot was nearly empty, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant call of a hawk. Mr. Hemmings, the resort owner, greeted them with a warm smile and a reassuringly firm handshake. He exuded an air of quiet competence, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he assured them of a peaceful and rejuvenating stay. He led them to their cabin, a cozy structure with a stone fireplace and a porch overlooking the woods. "This is perfect," Sarah breathed, stepping onto the porch and taking in the view. The fresh mountain air filled her lungs, a welcome change from the city's smog. Mark, however, remained preoccupied. "No cell service," he muttered, checking his phone. "How am I supposed to stay connected to the office?" Sarah sighed. "Mark, that's the point. We're here to disconnect, to reconnect with each other." He shrugged, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "Right. Of course." As they unpacked, the familiar tension resurfaced. Mark, accustomed to his structured routine, felt adrift without his work. Sarah, yearning for his attention, grew frustrated by his distractedness. The silence between them stretched, punctuated only by the creaking of the old cabin and the distant chirping of crickets. The weight of their unspoken words settled over them, a heavy blanket stifling the hope they had brought to this mountain retreat. The idyllic setting, meant to foster connection, seemed instead to highlight the growing distance between them. As darkness enveloped the cabin, the shadows seemed to whisper of secrets and uncertainties, mirroring the troubled waters of their relationship. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cabin windows, casting a warm glow on the dust motes dancing in the air. Determined to make the most of their retreat, Mark and Sarah decided to explore one of the hiking trails recommended by Mr. Hemmings. The trail wound through a dense forest, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. As they walked, the silence between them persisted, a palpable barrier. Sarah, usually captivated by nature's beauty, found herself distracted by the unsettling feeling that lingered from the previous night. "It's beautiful here," she remarked, her voice a little too bright. Mark grunted in agreement, his eyes glued to the trail map. Sarah yearned for him to reach out, to hold her hand, to say something, anything, to bridge the gap between them. But he remained distant, lost in his own thoughts. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Sarah noticed something glinting in the undergrowth. Curious, she veered off the path to investigate. Half hidden beneath a fallen log, she found a small, digital camera. "Mark, look at this," she called, her voice laced with apprehension. He joined her, frowning at the camera. "That's odd. Must have belonged to a previous hiker." Sarah picked it up gingerly, her fingers brushing against the cold metal. She pressed the power button, and the screen flickered to life. A series of images flashed across the display, each one more disturbing than the last. Photos of guests in various states of undress, captured through windows and from hidden angles. Sarah gasped, dropping the camera as if it were burning hot. "Mark, these are people staying here." Mark snatched up the camera, his face hardening as he scrolled through the images. A wave of nausea washed over him. This is sick. Someone's been spying on the guests. A chill ran down Sarah's spine. The sense of isolation that had initially been appealing now felt menacing. They were not alone in this wilderness. Someone was watching them, recording their every move. "We need to tell Mr. Hemmings," Sarah said, her voice trembling. Mark hesitated. "Maybe it's just a prank. Some kids messing around." But deep down, he knew it was more than that. The photos were too deliberate, too invasive. A sense of dread settled over him, a premonition that their retreat had taken a sinister turn. They were no longer seeking solace in the mountains. They were trapped in a web of voyeurism and fear. As they made their way back to the resort, the beauty of the forest seemed to fade, replaced by an unsettling awareness of unseen eyes. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry a new message, a warning of danger lurking in the shadows. The discovery of the hidden camera cast a pall over the remainder of the day. Mark and Sarah found it difficult to shake off the feeling of being watched, their every move scrutinized by unseen eyes. The idyllic scenery now seemed ominous, the rustling leaves whispering secrets they weren't meant to hear. That evening, the resort hosted a Halloween costume party in the main lodge. Despite their apprehension, Mark and Sarah decided to attend, hoping the festive atmosphere might alleviate some of the tension. The lodge was transformed into a spooky spectacle, with cobwebs draped across the rafters, jack-o'-lanterns flickering in the corners, and eerie music echoing through the room. Guests mingled in elaborate costumes, their faces hidden behind masks, adding to the air of mystery and unease. Mark and Sarah, dressed as a pirate and a witch, tried to lose themselves in the festivities, but the unsettling discovery of the camera weighed heavily on their minds. Every masked figure seemed suspicious, every glance felt like scrutiny. As the night wore on, the revelry reached its peak. Laughter and music filled the air, momentarily drowning out their fears. Then, without warning, the lights flickered and died, plunging the lodge into darkness. Screams erupted from the crowd as confusion and panic spread. In the chaos, Sarah felt a hand brush against hers, cold and clammy. She turned, her heart pounding, but saw only a masked figure disappearing into the shadows. "Mark," she cried, her voice barely audible above the din. Mark, momentarily separated from her in the confusion, pushed his way through the crowd, his eyes searching frantically for Sarah. He spotted her near the fireplace, her face pale and drawn. "What happened?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. Sarah pointed towards the darkened doorway. Someone touched me. I saw a masked figure." Mark followed her gaze, but the figure was gone. A shiver ran down his spine. The power outage, the masked figure, it all felt too coincidental. Was this another attempt to intimidate them, to play on their fears? As the generator sputtered back to life, casting a dim light on the room, the festive atmosphere was shattered. The guests, their masks now seeming more sinister than playful, eyed each other with suspicion. The sense of unease that had been simmering beneath the surface now bubbled over, poisoning the air with paranoia. Mark and Sarah, huddled together in a corner, felt a growing sense of dread. They were no longer just dealing with a hidden camera, they were caught in a twisted game orchestrated by an unseen puppet master. The Halloween party, meant to be a distraction, had become a stage for their tormentor, a chilling reminder that they were not safe, even amongst the crowd. The morning after the Halloween party dawned cold and gray, mirroring the unease that had settled over the resort. Whispers of the previous night's event circulated among the remaining guests, creating an atmosphere of suspicion and paranoia. Mark and Sarah, their nerves frayed, decided to take their concerns to the authorities. They drove down the winding mountain road to the nearest town, a sleepy hamlet with a single gas station and a small sheriff's office. Deputy Collins, a young officer with a barely there mustache and an air of nervous inexperience, listened to their story with a skeptical frown. He seemed more concerned with the lack of concrete evidence than with their genuine fear. "So, you're saying someone's been spying on you with hidden cameras?" he drawled, twirling a pen between his fingers. "And you saw a masked figure during the power outage, but you can't be sure who it was?" Sarah nodded, her frustration growing. "Yes, exactly. We found a camera with photos of other guests, and we believe someone is trying to scare us." Deputy Collins shrugged. "Look, folks, things can get a little spooky up in those mountains. Maybe it's just some local kids playing pranks. I'll swing by the resort later today and take a look around, but I wouldn't worry too much about it." Mark exchanged a worried glance with Sarah. The deputy's dismissive attitude did little to ease their anxieties. They left the sheriff's office feeling more vulnerable than ever, their concerns brushed aside by the very people who were supposed to protect them. Back at the resort, they decided to confront Mr. Hemmings, hoping he might shed some light on the situation. They found him in the main lodge, polishing the antique furniture with a meticulous care that seemed at odds with the growing sense of chaos. "Mr. Hemmings," Mark began, his voice tight with apprehension, "we need to talk about what happened last night, and about the camera we found." Mr. Hemmings's face contorted with concern. "Oh dear, you must be terribly shaken up. I assure you, I'll do everything I can to assist the deputy with his investigation. This is a peaceful establishment, and I won't tolerate any disturbances." His words were soothing, but his eyes held a glint of something that made Sarah uneasy. Was it genuine concern, or was he trying to placate them, to keep them from digging deeper? As the day wore on, the feeling of isolation intensified. The other guests, spooked by the previous night's events, kept to themselves, their whispers following Mark and Sarah like shadows. Even the staff seemed to be watching them, their smiles strained, their eyes filled with a mixture of pity and suspicion. Mark, frustrated by the lack of progress and the growing tension, turned his frustration towards Sarah. "You're overreacting," he snapped. "Maybe it was just a prank. You're letting your anxiety get the better of you." Sarah recoiled, hurt by his dismissiveness. "I'm not imagining things, Mark. Someone is watching us, messing with us. Can't you see that?" Their argument escalated, fueled by fear and mistrust. The very foundation of their relationship, already fragile, began to crumble under the weight of paranoia and suspicion. The stalker, whoever they were, had achieved their first objective: to drive a wedge between them, to isolate them further, and to make them question their own sanity. The tension between Mark and Sarah hung thick in the air, a suffocating presence that permeated the once cozy cabin. The idyllic retreat had become a battleground, their fears and insecurities weaponized against each other. Sarah, feeling betrayed by Mark's lack of support, retreated into herself, her anxiety spiraling. She spent hours staring out the window, watching the wind whip through the trees, each gust seeming to carry whispers of suspicion and doubt. Mark, consumed by his own frustration and a growing sense of helplessness, buried himself in his work, the laptop screen a fragile barrier against the encroaching chaos. He tried to convince himself that Sarah was overreacting, that the events of the past few days were just a series of unfortunate coincidences. But deep down, a nagging doubt gnawed at him, a fear that they were caught in a web of manipulation they couldn't escape. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the room, Sarah stumbled upon a disturbing discovery. While searching for a book, she found a small box tucked away in the back of a drawer. Inside, nestled amongst a tangle of wires and electronic components, was a miniature camera, identical to the one they had found in the woods. Her heart pounded in her chest as she realized the implications. This wasn't just a random camera lost by a hiker. It was a deliberate placement, a violation of their privacy that extended beyond the hidden camera in the woods. But who would do such a thing? And why? Her gaze fell on Mark, hunched over his laptop at the table. A wave of suspicion washed over her, cold and chilling. Could he be involved in this? Was he the one watching them, manipulating them, playing on their fears? The thought was like a poison, seeping into her mind, twisting her perception of her husband. She remembered his initial dismissiveness, his reluctance to believe her, his insistence that she was overreacting. Was it all an act, a carefully constructed facade to hide his own involvement? The seed of doubt, once planted, grew rapidly, fueled by fear and isolation. Sarah began to see Mark in a new light, every word, every gesture, every glance scrutinized for hidden meanings. The man she loved, the man she had trusted, now seemed like a stranger, his face a mask concealing a sinister agenda. The fragile trust that had held their relationship together shattered, replaced by a chasm of suspicion and fear. The stalker, whoever they were, had succeeded in driving a wedge between them, turning their love and vulnerability into weapons of destruction. As the night deepened, the cabin, once a haven of hope, became a prison of paranoia. Sarah, trapped in her own mind, wrestled with the agonizing question: who could she trust when the person she loved most was the prime suspect? The discovery of the second camera shattered what remained of the fragile truce between Mark and Sarah. Suspicion hung heavy in the air, poisoning every interaction, every shared glance. Sarah, unable to contain her fear and doubt any longer, confronted Mark. "Why?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and hurt. "Why are you doing this to us?" Mark, taken aback by the accusation, stared at her in disbelief. "Doing what?" "Sarah, I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't lie to me," she cried, throwing the small camera onto the table. I found this in the drawer. You're the one who's been watching US, aren't you? Mark's initial shock quickly turned to anger. Are you serious? You think I'm behind all this? That I'm the one who's been terrorizing us? He tried to explain, to reason with her, but Sarah was beyond logic. Fear and suspicion had clouded her judgment, twisting every word, every action into evidence of his guilt. Who else could it be? She retorted, her voice rising. You were the one who was so dismissive, so reluctant to believe me. You were trying to cover your tracks all along. Their argument escalated, fueled by the pent-up tension and mistrust that had been simmering for days. The cabin, once a symbol of their love and shared dreams, became a battleground, their words weapons in a war of attrition. Desperate to prove his innocence, Mark suggested they call Deputy Collins again, to show him the second camera, to demand a proper investigation. But Sarah scoffed at the idea. That useless officer? He wouldn't believe us. He's probably in on it too, she said, her voice laced with paranoia. Mark felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was trapped in a nightmare, accused of a crime he didn't commit, unable to convince the person he loved most of his innocence. The stalker, whoever they were, had achieved their goal, to sow discord, to break down their trust, to isolate them from each other and the outside world. Later that day, Deputy Collins arrived at the resort, his expression a mixture of annoyance and reluctant curiosity. He examined the second camera with a skeptical frown, his skepticism further fueling Sarah's suspicions. Well, this is certainly interesting, he drawled, turning the camera over in his hands. But it doesn't really prove anything. Anyone could have planted this here. He glanced at Mark and Sarah, his eyes lingering on Sarah's anxious face. Look, folks, I understand you're scared. But you need to try and calm down. Maybe you're both just a little stressed out, letting your imaginations run wild. His words, meant to be reassuring, only deepened the chasm between Mark and Sarah. Mark felt a surge of anger at the deputy's dismissiveness, while Sarah saw it as further proof of a conspiracy against them. As Deputy Collins left, promising to look into things, the weight of their isolation settled upon them once more. They were alone, trapped in a web of deceit and manipulation, with no one to trust, not even each other. The stalker, lurking in the shadows, had successfully turned their love and vulnerability against them, leaving them fractured and exposed. The days that followed were a blur of suspicion and paranoia. Mark and Sarah, once inseparable, now existed in a state of tense coexistence, their every interaction laced with mistrust. The idyllic scenery outside their cabin window mocked their internal turmoil, the serene beauty a stark contrast to the storm raging within their hearts. The stalker, sensing their growing vulnerability, escalated their campaign of terror. Mysterious notes appeared in unexpected places, tucked under their pillows, slipped beneath their door, left on the windshield of their car. Each note contained cryptic messages, veiled threats, and subtle jabs at their insecurities, designed to further erode their trust in each other and themselves. You can't trust him, one note read, addressed to Sarah. He's not who you think he is. She's hiding something from you, another warned Mark. She's not the woman you fell in love with. The stalker played on their deepest fears, exploiting their vulnerabilities, and twisting their perceptions. Mark began to question Sarah's every move, every word, searching for hidden meanings, for evidence of the deception the notes hinted at. Sarah, in turn, saw Mark's suspicion as confirmation of his guilt, his every attempt to reassure her interpreted as a manipulative tactic. The psychological torment took its toll. Sleep became a luxury, replaced by restless nights filled with nightmares and whispered accusations. Meals were eaten in silence, the once shared joy of cooking and conversation replaced by a tense formality. Even the simple act of breathing the same air felt suffocating, each inhale a reminder of the invisible presence that had invaded their lives. One afternoon, while Mark was out for a walk, trying to clear his head, Sarah stumbled upon a clue. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the cabin, she found a small, leather-bound journal. The journal belonged to a previous guest, a young woman who had stayed at the resort a few months earlier. The entries detailed a similar experience of surveillance and psychological manipulation, culminating in a terrifying encounter with an unknown assailant. Sarah's blood ran cold as she read the final entry, a desperate plea for help, followed by an abrupt silence. The woman had vanished without a trace, her fate unknown. A wave of fear washed over Sarah, a chilling realization that they were not alone in this nightmare. Someone was targeting the guests at Whisperwood, preying on their vulnerabilities, and leaving a trail of shattered lives in their wake. But who was the stalker? And what was their motive? Sarah's gaze fell on a faded photograph tucked into the back of the journal. It showed the young woman standing with Mr. Hemmings, their smiles strained, their eyes filled with a mixture of apprehension and forced cheer. A suspicion, a terrifying possibility, began to take root in Sarah's mind. Could Mr. Hemmings be the one behind this? Was his friendly demeanor a mask, concealing a sinister agenda? As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the room, Sarah felt a renewed sense of urgency. She had to find out the truth, to unmask the stalker, to protect herself and Mark from whatever fate awaited them. But with trust shattered and suspicion swirling around every corner, who could she turn to? Who could she believe? Armed with the knowledge gleaned from the journal and fueled by a growing sense of dread, Sarah decided to confront Mr. Hemmings. She found him in the main lodge, his usual affable demeanor replaced by a chillingly calm expression. "I know what you're doing," she accused, her voice shaking but resolute. "I found her journal, the girl who disappeared. You're the one who's been terrorizing the guests." Mr. Hemmings' smile vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. "Don't lie to me," Sarah retorted, her fear giving way to anger. "I know you're the one who planted the cameras, who wrote the notes, who's been manipulating us." Mr. Hemmings' eyes narrowed. "You're imagining things. You're clearly unstable. I think you need to leave." He moved towards her, his movements deliberate, his gaze unwavering. Sarah felt a surge of panic, realizing she had underestimated him. He wasn't just a harmless old man, he was a predator, and she had cornered him. She turned to flee, but it was too late. Mr. Hemmings grabbed her arm, his grip like iron. "You're not going anywhere," he hissed. Sarah struggled, but he was too strong. He dragged her towards a back room, his face contorted with rage. "You've interfered for the last time," he snarled. Meanwhile, Mark, returning from his walk, noticed Sarah's absence and a growing sense of unease settled over him. He searched the cabin, calling her name, but found no trace of her. His gaze fell on the open journal lying on the floor, its pages filled with chilling accounts of a stalker's torment. A wave of fear washed over him. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that Sarah was in danger. He raced out of the cabin, his eyes scanning the resort grounds for any sign of her. He spotted Mr. Hemmings dragging Sarah towards the back of the lodge. Adrenaline surged through his veins as he sprinted towards them, his mind focused on one thing: saving Sarah. As he reached the lodge, he heard Sarah's screams echoing from inside. He burst through the door, his eyes searching frantically for them. He found them in a small, dimly lit room, Mr. Hemmings holding Sarah captive, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Let her go!" Mark shouted, his voice filled with rage. Mr. Hemmings turned, his face contorted with a mixture of surprise and fury. He lunged at Mark, a knife glinting in his hand. A struggle ensued, the two men grappling for control. Mark, fueled by adrenaline and fear for Sarah's safety, fought with a ferocity he didn't know he possessed. He managed to disarm Mr. Hemmings, but the older man was relentless, his attacks fueled by a desperate rage. Sarah, seeing an opportunity, kicked Mr. Hemmings in the shins, sending him stumbling backwards. Mark seized the moment, tackling him to the ground. They wrestled, their bodies a tangle of limbs and fury, until Mark managed to pin Mr. Hemmings down, his knee pressed against the man's chest. Sarah, her heart pounding, grabbed a knife and held it to Mr. Hemmings's throat. "It's over," she said, her voice trembling but firm. Mr. Hemmings glared at them, his eyes filled with hatred. "You'll regret this," he spat. But his threats were empty. He was defeated, his reign of terror brought to an end by the very people he had sought to destroy. With Mr. Hemmings subdued and the police on their way, a heavy silence fell over the room. Mark and Sarah, their bodies trembling from the adrenaline and the emotional turmoil, collapsed onto a nearby couch, their gazes locked in a mixture of relief and disbelief. As the sirens wailed in the distance, Mr. Hemmings, his face contorted with a mixture of defeat and rage, finally broke the silence. "You think you've won?" he spat, his voice laced with venom. "You've just scratched the surface. This place, it has a way of getting under your skin, of twisting your mind. You'll never escape it." His words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the psychological torment they had endured. But this time, they didn't hold the same power. The mask had slipped, the truth revealed, and the fear that had once consumed them was replaced by a steely resolve. When Deputy Collins arrived, he was initially skeptical of their story, but the evidence was undeniable. The hidden cameras, the threatening notes, the journal, and Mr. Hemmings's own erratic behavior painted a clear picture of a man consumed by a twisted obsession. As the investigation unfolded, the full extent of Mr. Hemmings's crimes came to light. He had been targeting vulnerable guests for years, preying on their insecurities and manipulating them for his own twisted amusement. The missing woman from the journal was just one of his many victims, her disappearance a tragic consequence of his twisted game. The motive behind his actions remained shrouded in mystery, a dark secret buried deep within his psyche. Perhaps it was a need for control, a desire to exert power over others, or a twisted form of revenge for some past trauma. Whatever the reason, his actions had left a trail of shattered lives in their wake. In the aftermath of the ordeal, Mark and Sarah found themselves grappling with the emotional scars of their experience. The trust that had once been the foundation of their relationship had been severely tested, replaced by a lingering sense of vulnerability and suspicion. They sought therapy, both individually and as a couple, to navigate the complex emotions and rebuild their shattered bond. The journey was arduous, filled with setbacks and painful revelations, but their love for each other, their shared resilience, and their determination to heal proved stronger than the trauma they had endured. As they slowly pieced their lives back together, they found solace in the knowledge that they had not only survived but had also brought a dangerous predator to justice. The ordeal had forced them to confront their own vulnerabilities, to face their deepest fears, and to emerge stronger, both individually and as a couple. The whispers in the woods had been silenced, the shadows dispelled, and the fractured reflections of their relationship slowly began to mend, replaced by a newfound clarity and a deeper appreciation for the fragile beauty of love and trust. The Whisperwood Mountain Resort, once a symbol of fear and isolation, faded into a distant memory. Mark and Sarah returned to their city lives, but they were no longer the same people who had embarked on that ill-fated retreat. They carried with them the scars of their experience, but also a newfound resilience and a deeper understanding of themselves and each other. The road to recovery was long and arduous. They navigated the lingering trauma with the help of therapy, their sessions a safe space to confront their fears, their doubts, and the lingering shadows of Mr. Hemmings's manipulation. They learned to communicate openly and honestly, to express their vulnerabilities without fear of judgment, and to rebuild the trust that had been so severely tested. The experience had stripped away the layers of pretense and superficiality that had masked their relationship. They saw each other with a newfound clarity, recognizing the strength and resilience that lay beneath the surface. They learned to appreciate the small moments of connection, the shared laughter, the quiet companionship, the simple joy of being together. Mark, once consumed by his work, now prioritized his relationship with Sarah. He learned to set boundaries, to create space for intimacy and emotional connection, and to cherish the woman who had stood by him through the darkest of times. Sarah, in turn, learned to manage her anxiety, to trust her instincts, and to embrace her own strength. She found her voice, both in her writing and in her relationship with Mark, expressing her needs and desires with confidence and clarity. Their shared trauma had forged an unbreakable bond between them. They had faced the darkness together and emerged stronger, their love tempered by adversity. They no longer sought escape in idyllic retreats, but found solace in the everyday moments of their lives, in the shared routines, the quiet evenings at home, the simple joy of being together. The ordeal had taught them that true strength lies not in avoiding vulnerability, but in embracing it, in acknowledging their fears and insecurities, and in finding the courage to face them together. They had learned that trust is not a given, but a precious gift that must be nurtured and protected. As they moved forward, they carried with them the lessons learned at Whisperwood, a reminder of the fragility of trust, the power of manipulation, and the enduring strength of love. They had faced their demons, both internal and external, and emerged victorious, their relationship a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The sun rose on a new chapter in their lives, a chapter filled with hope, healing, and a deeper appreciation for the precious gift of love and connection. The whispers in the woods had been silenced, replaced by the quiet symphony of their hearts beating in unison, a testament to the enduring power of love and the transformative power of shared adversity. The silence in Anya's apartment was deafening. It pressed in on her, a heavy blanket of grief and despair. Outside, the city lights twinkled, a stark contrast to the darkness that had consumed her world. 3 days. 3 agonizing days since her parents had vanished into the vast wilderness of Yosemite National Park. 3 days of relentless searching, fading hopes, and a gnawing fear that clawed at her insides. The official search had been called off that morning. No trace. No clues. Just an empty campsite and a chilling silence that echoed through the canyons. Anya clutched the GoPro camera tightly, its cold metal a stark contrast to the warmth of the tears that streamed down her face. This small device, recovered near her parents' abandoned tent, was her last connection to them, a digital window into their final moments. With trembling fingers, she inserted the memory card into her laptop. The screen flickered to life, illuminating her face with an eerie glow. She clicked on the first video file, her breath catching in her throat. The image was shaky at first, but it quickly stabilized, revealing the familiar faces of her parents, their smiles bright against the backdrop of towering granite cliffs and cascading waterfalls. They were happy, carefree, their laughter echoing through the pristine wilderness. Anya watched, her heart aching, as they set up camp, cooked dinner over a crackling campfire, and shared stories under a canopy of stars. They were experienced hikers, seasoned adventurers who had explored countless trails together. They knew the risks, respected the wilderness, and never took unnecessary chances. So what went wrong? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the valley, a sense of unease crept into the footage. The light faded, the colors muted, and the cheerful banter of her parents was replaced by a hushed silence. Anya's grip tightened on the camera, her knuckles turning white. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, a drumbeat of fear echoing the growing darkness on the screen. And then she saw them. 2 glowing eyes, peering from the inky blackness, watching her parents with a predatory intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Anya's hand trembled as she rewound the footage, her eyes glued to the screen. The idyllic scenes of her parents' hike played out in reverse, the laughter and chatter now a haunting echo of a happiness lost. She paused the video, zooming in on the last frame before the sun dipped below the horizon. Every detail of the image was etched into her memory, the towering pines, the glistening granite cliffs, the vibrant wildflowers carpeting the meadow. But something felt off. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a tension that hadn't been there before. She scrutinized her parents' faces, their smiles now seeming strained, their eyes darting nervously towards the deepening shadows. They were experienced hikers, always aware of their surroundings, always prepared for the unexpected. But in those final moments of daylight, a primal fear seemed to grip them, a premonition of the darkness that was to come. Anya fast-forwarded through the remaining daylight hours, her heart pounding with a growing sense of dread. The footage was mundane, filled with the usual sights and sounds of a wilderness adventure. Her parents hiked, they ate, they laughed, they admired the scenery. There was no hint of the terror that awaited them. But as the last rays of sunlight faded, the camera captured a chilling transformation. The vibrant colors of the forest dulled, the shadows lengthened, and the cheerful banter of her parents was replaced by an unsettling silence. Anya's breath hitched in her throat as she watched the footage. The camera, left on the picnic table, captured the flickering flames of the campfire, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. And then, in the depths of those shadows, she saw them. 2 points of light, glowing with an eerie intensity, materialized from the darkness. They were eyes, unmistakably eyes, watching her parents with a predatory hunger that made Anya's blood run cold. She paused the video, her finger hovering over the trackpad. The eyes stared back at her, their malevolent gaze piercing the screen, sending shivers down her spine. Anya knew, with a chilling certainty, that these were the eyes of the creature that had stalked her parents, the creature that had snatched them from her life. And she was determined to find it. Anya's research consumed her. She delved into the depths of online forums, wildlife databases, and ranger reports, her quest for answers fueled by a mixture of grief and determination. Sleep was a distant memory, replaced by a relentless pursuit of knowledge, a desperate need to understand the creature that had stolen her parents. Hours blurred into days as she immersed herself in the world of Yosemite's nocturnal predators. Bobcats, coyotes, even bears. She studied their habits, their hunting patterns, their telltale signs. But none of them matched the chilling image burned into her mind, those glowing eyes, filled with a predatory intelligence that surpassed any animal she had ever encountered. Then, she stumbled upon a forum thread dedicated to mountain lion sightings in Yosemite. The description sent shivers down her spine, elusive creatures, masters of stealth, their eyes reflecting the moonlight with an eerie intensity. Anya's heart pounded as she read accounts of hikers encountering these apex predators, their encounters often ending in tragedy. She found herself drawn to a particular post, a chilling tale of a lone hiker who had stumbled upon a mountain lion kill. The details were gruesome, the hiker describing the animal's powerful physique, its razor-sharp claws, and its haunting eyes that seemed to pierce the very soul. Anya's blood ran cold as she realized the truth. The creature that had stalked her parents, the creature with the glowing eyes, was a mountain lion. And it was still out there, lurking in the shadows of Yosemite, waiting for its next victim. A wave of fear washed over her, but it was quickly replaced by a surge of determination. She wouldn't let fear paralyze her. She wouldn't let this creature win. She would find it, confront it, and avenge her parents. Anya closed her laptop, her mind made up. She was going to Yosemite. She was going to face the mountain lion. And she was going to bring her parents home. The air in Yosemite was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. But beneath that pristine fragrance, Anya detected another, more sinister odor, the musky, pungent scent of a predator. She had arrived at the park the previous night, her journey fueled by a mixture of grief, determination, and fear. She had checked into a small cabin near the trailhead, its rustic charm offering little comfort against the darkness that loomed outside. Now, armed with a map, a compass, and a growing sense of dread, she stood at the edge of the wilderness, ready to face the creature that had haunted her dreams. The trail was familiar, a path she had hiked countless times with her parents. But today, every rustle of leaves, every creak of branches, sent shivers down her spine. The forest seemed to watch her, its silence a heavy presence that pressed in on her from all sides. Anya followed the path her parents had taken, her eyes scanning the undergrowth, her senses alert to any sign of the mountain lion. She recalled the details from the GoPro footage, the exact spots where her parents had stopped to admire the scenery, the places where they had rested, the final clearing where they had made camp. As she approached the clearing, her heart pounded in her chest. The remnants of the campfire were still visible, a blackened circle of ash and charred wood. Anya knelt down, her fingers tracing the outline of the fire pit, her tears falling onto the cold ashes. She could almost hear her parents' laughter, their voices echoing through the trees. But the silence was overwhelming, a stark reminder of their absence. Anya stood up, her gaze fixed on the dense forest beyond the clearing. The mountain lion was out there, somewhere, lurking in the shadows. She could feel its presence, a primal energy that vibrated through the air. She took a deep breath, steeling her nerves. She was ready. Anya stepped into the woods, her footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. She moved cautiously, her senses heightened, her every instinct screaming at her to turn back. But she couldn't. She had to find her parents. She had to face the creature that had taken them. And she had to survive. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues muted by the encroaching twilight. Anya moved cautiously, her boots crunching on the dry foliage, each sound amplified in the eerie silence. The air was thick with tension, the scent of pine needles mingling with a metallic tang that made her stomach churn. She had been following the mountain lion's tracks for hours, her path leading deeper into the wilderness, further away from the familiar trails and the safety of civilization. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced and distorted in the fading light. Anya's grip tightened on the hunting knife she had purchased in the village, its cold steel a comfort against the growing fear that gnawed at her insides. She had never used a weapon before, but the desperation in her heart had driven her to seek any advantage against the creature that had stolen her parents. The tracks led her to a small clearing, a tranquil oasis amidst the towering pines. A stream gurgled through the center, its waters reflecting the last vestiges of daylight. But the serenity of the scene was shattered by a gruesome sight. A backpack lay discarded on the ground, its contents spilled out, a water bottle, a map, a crumpled granola bar wrapper. Anya recognized the backpack instantly. It was her mother's. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of hope and dread surging through her veins. She scanned the clearing, her eyes searching for any sign of her parents. And then she saw it. A blood-stained shirt, torn and shredded, lay tangled in the undergrowth. Anya's breath hitched in her throat, her stomach lurching with nausea. She recognized the shirt. It was her father's. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Her parents were gone. The mountain lion had taken them. A wave of grief washed over her, threatening to consume her. But she couldn't give in. She had to be strong. She had to find the creature and make it pay. Anya knelt down, her fingers tracing the bloodstains on the shirt, her tears falling onto the fabric. She swore an oath, her voice trembling with rage and sorrow. She would hunt the mountain lion. She would avenge her parents. And she would not rest until justice was served. Anya's breath caught in her throat. The growl, low and guttural, reverberated through the trees, sending shivers down her spine. It was close, too close. The mountain lion was aware of her presence. She crouched behind a thicket of ferns, her heart pounding in her chest. The knife felt cold and heavy in her hand, a meager defense against the apex predator that stalked her. Fear threatened to consume her, but she fought it back, clinging to the memory of her parents, their faces etched with love and encouragement. She had to be strong. She had to be smart. She had to survive. Anya's mind raced, replaying the survival tips she had gleaned from countless articles and documentaries. Stay calm. Make yourself appear larger. Maintain eye contact. Don't run. But her instinct screamed at her to flee, to escape the invisible threat that lurked in the shadows. She could feel its eyes on her, burning into her back, weighing her down with a primal fear that threatened to paralyze her. Anya took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain still. She slowly rose to her feet, her movements deliberate, her gaze sweeping the surrounding trees. The forest held its breath, the silence broken only by the pounding of her heart and the distant cry of a hawk. Then she saw it. A flash of tawny fur, a pair of luminous eyes peering from behind a thicket of bushes. The mountain lion was massive, its muscular body rippling with power, its gaze fixed on her with an intensity that made her blood run cold. Anya's grip tightened on the knife, her knuckles turning white. She stood her ground, her fear battling with a newfound determination. She would not be prey. She would not be another victim. She would fight. The mountain lion snarled, its lips curling back to reveal a set of razor-sharp teeth. A low growl rumbled in its chest, a primal warning that sent shivers down Anya's spine. The creature was a formidable predator, its muscles rippling beneath its tawny fur, its eyes burning with a predatory intensity that made her blood run cold. Anya's grip tightened on the knife, her knuckles white against the polished steel. She knew she was no match for the mountain lion in terms of strength or speed, but she had one advantage, her intelligence. She had studied the creature's behavior, learned its weaknesses, and prepared herself for this moment. The mountain lion crouched low to the ground, its tail twitching nervously. It circled Anya slowly, its movements fluid and graceful, its eyes never leaving her. The creature was assessing her, gauging her strength, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Anya held her ground, her gaze locked with the mountain lion's. She knew that showing fear would only embolden the predator, so she forced herself to remain calm, her breathing steady, her movements deliberate. She was a hunter now, not prey. The mountain lion lunged, its powerful body a blur of tawny fur. Anya reacted instinctively, sidestepping the attack and thrusting the knife forward. The blade found its mark, sinking into the creature's flank. A roar of pain erupted from the mountain lion, its body convulsing as it retreated. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the forest floor a crimson red. Anya's heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of fear and adrenaline coursing through her veins. She knew the fight wasn't over. The mountain lion was wounded, but it was far from defeated. It circled her again, its eyes narrowed, its growls a symphony of rage and pain. Anya braced herself for another attack, her grip tightening on the knife. She would not back down. She would not give up. She would fight for her life, for her parents, for justice. The silence that followed was deafening. Anya stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat, her eyes locked on the retreating form of the mountain lion. The creature limped into the undergrowth, its snarls fading into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood and a lingering scent of fear. Anya's legs trembled, her body shaking with adrenaline. She lowered the knife, her hands slick with the mountain lion's blood. She had faced the beast, fought for her life, and emerged victorious. But the victory felt hollow, a bitter triumph overshadowed by the profound loss that weighed heavily on her heart. She returned to the clearing, her footsteps heavy, her gaze drawn to the remnants of her parents' last camp. The blood-stained shirt and backpack lay untouched, a stark reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded in this peaceful haven. Anya knelt beside the belongings, her tears falling freely. The grief that had been held at bay by adrenaline and fear now surged through her, a tidal wave of sorrow that threatened to drown her. She picked up her mother's backpack, its familiar weight of comfort in her trembling hands. Inside, she found a small notebook, its pages filled with her mother's neat handwriting. Anya opened it, her eyes scanning the entries, each one a testament to her parents' love for each other, their love for her, their love for the wilderness. The final entry, dated the day they disappeared, brought a fresh wave of tears to Anya's eyes. Her mother had written about the beauty of the sunset, the joy of sharing this adventure with her husband, the anticipation of returning home to their daughter. Anya closed the notebook, her heart aching with a profound sense of loss. She would never hear her parents' laughter again, never share their stories, never feel the warmth of their embrace. But she would carry their memory with her, their love a guiding light in the darkness. She would honor their legacy by living a life filled with courage, compassion, and a deep appreciation for the natural world. And she would never forget the lessons she had learned in the wilderness, the lessons of survival, resilience, and the enduring power of love. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Anya sat beside the stream, the gentle murmur of the water a soothing balm to her wounded spirit. She had spent the day exploring the valley, searching for any sign of her parents, but her efforts had been in vain. The reality of their loss settled upon her like a heavy shroud, suffocating her with grief and despair. She had faced the mountain lion, avenged their deaths, but the victory felt hollow, a bitter triumph in the face of such profound loss. Anya gazed at the star-studded sky, her thoughts drifting back to her parents, their faces etched with love and laughter. She recalled their shared adventures, their camping trips, their hikes through the wilderness, their unwavering support for her dreams. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the constellations. She missed them terribly, their absence a gaping hole in her heart. But she knew they would want her to be strong, to carry on, to live a life filled with purpose and passion. Anya closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She could almost feel their presence, their spirits lingering in the whispering pines, their loved gentle breeze caressing her face. She was not alone. They were with her, always. A new resolve surged through her. She would honor their memory by living a life worthy of their love. She would explore the world, embrace adventure, and cherish every moment. She would never forget them, but she would not let their loss define her. Anya opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the rising moon. It bathed the valley in a silvery light, casting long shadows that danced and swayed in the gentle breeze. A sense of peace settled over her, a quiet acceptance of the tragedy that had unfolded. She would leave Yosemite tomorrow, carrying the weight of her grief, but also the strength of her parents' love. She would face the future with courage and determination, knowing that they would be with her every step of the way. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as I stepped off the bus in Harmony Creek. Leaves crunched under my boots, a symphony of scarlet and gold painted across the quaint town square. Harmony Creek was everything I'd imagined a classic New England town to be, charming, historic, and decked out for Halloween with a spooky enthusiasm that bordered on obsession. I was here to visit my cousin, Emily, for the annual Harmony Creek Halloween Festival. She'd been raving about it for weeks, the costume parade, the haunted corn maze, the legendary pumpkin carving contest. But beneath the festive veneer, a strange unease settled over me. Maybe it was the way the local smiles seemed a little too wide, their eyes a little too knowing. Or maybe it was the whispers I'd overheard on the bus about the beast of Harmony Creek, a creature of local legend said to roam the surrounding woods. Emily greeted me with a hug and a mischievous glint in her eye. "Welcome to Harmony Creek, cuz. Ready for the spookiest Halloween of your life?" I tried to return her enthusiasm, but the unsettling feeling lingered. As we walked through town, I couldn't shake the sense that something was watching us from the shadows, something ancient and hungry. The festive decorations, grinning jack-o'-lanterns, ghostly silhouettes in windows, and cobwebs draped across every doorway, suddenly seemed less like playful adornments and more like warnings. Later that evening, as the festivities began, I found myself drawn to the edge of town, where the dense forest loomed like a silent, menacing guardian. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. I could have sworn I saw a pair of glowing eyes watching me from the depths of the woods, eyes filled with a primal hunger that made my blood run cold. I hurried back to the safety of the crowd. The image of those eyes burned into my memory. The whispers about the beast of Harmony Creek no longer seemed like mere folklore. Something was out there, something dark and dangerous, and I had a feeling this Halloween was going to be a lot more terrifying than I'd ever imagined. The next morning, the unsettling feeling from the night before lingered like a bad dream. Sunlight streamed through the colorful leaves, casting long shadows that danced across the sidewalks. Harmony Creek, in the daylight, seemed to have regained its idyllic charm. But I couldn't shake the memory of those glowing eyes, the primal fear that had gripped me in the woods. Emily, ever the optimist, was determined to show me the best of Harmony Creek. We explored the quaint shops lining Main Street, filled with handcrafted Halloween decorations and local treats. We visited the Historical Society, where I learned about the town's founding and its long-standing tradition of celebrating Halloween. But even as I immersed myself in the town's history and charm, a sense of foreboding gnawed at me. As we strolled through the town square, I noticed a group of locals gathered around a missing pet poster. A fluffy white cat named Snowball had vanished from its home the night before. The owner, a frail elderly woman, was distraught. "He never wanders off," she sobbed, clutching a faded photograph of the cat. "Something must have taken him." My heart sank. Could this be the work of the beast of Harmony Creek? I remembered the whispers I'd overheard on the bus, the stories of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances. Was this just the beginning? Later that afternoon, Emily and I ventured into the woods, following a trail that led to a scenic overlook. The air was still and heavy, the sunlight filtering through the dense canopy of trees. As we walked, I noticed something strange. The birds were silent, and the usual sounds of the forest seemed muted, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. Suddenly, Emily gasped. "Look," she whispered, pointing to a set of enormous footprints in the muddy path. The prints were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, three-toed, with claws that looked sharp enough to tear through flesh. A cold dread washed over me. The beast of Harmony Creek was real, and it was closer than I thought. We hurried back to town, our hearts pounding in our chests. The festive atmosphere now seemed like a thin veil over a growing darkness. I knew then that this Halloween was going to be a fight for survival, a desperate struggle against a creature that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. Halloween night descended upon Harmony Creek, casting an eerie glow over the town square. The air crackled with anticipation, a mixture of excitement and underlying dread. Costumed figures roamed the streets, their laughter echoing through the crisp night air. But beneath the festive revelry, a sense of unease lingered, a shadow cast by the recent disappearances and the ominous footprints in the woods. Emily, dressed as a mischievous witch, dragged me into the heart of the celebration. The town square was transformed into a carnival of spooky delights. Glowing jack-o'-lanterns lined the pathways, casting flickering shadows on the costumed revelers. Children shrieked with delight as they navigated the haunted corn maze, their laughter echoing through the night. The aroma of roasted pumpkin seeds and cinnamon-spiced cider filled the air, mingling with the eerie strains of Halloween music. Despite the festive atmosphere, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The smiles on people's faces seemed strained, their eyes darting nervously towards the shadows. The whispers about the beast of Harmony Creek had grown louder, fueled by the recent disappearances. Even the children's laughter seemed tinged with a hint of fear. As the night wore on, the festivities reached a fever pitch. The costume parade wound its way through the town square, a kaleidoscope of ghoulish figures and fantastical creatures. The annual pumpkin carving contest drew a large crowd, each contestant vying for the coveted Golden Gourd Award. But even as I tried to lose myself in the merriment, a sense of dread clung to me like a shroud. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. The crowd parted, revealing a scene of chaos. A young boy, dressed as a werewolf, lay on the ground, his face contorted in terror. His parents knelt beside him, their cries echoing through the square. But it wasn't the boy's costume that had caused the panic. It was the deep, jagged wounds on his arm, wounds that looked like they had been inflicted by claws, claws that were far too large and powerful to belong to any human. Panic erupted. The crowd scattered, their laughter replaced by screams of fear. The festive atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a chilling sense of dread. The beast of Harmony Creek had struck, and the Halloween celebration had turned into a night of terror. The attack on the young boy sent shockwaves through Harmony Creek. The festive atmosphere evaporated, replaced by fear and uncertainty. The streets, once bustling with costumed revelers, were now deserted, the only sound the mournful wail of sirens in the distance. The beast of Harmony Creek, once a whispered legend, had become a terrifying reality. Emily and I huddled in her living room, the curtains drawn tight against the darkness outside. News reports blared from the television, detailing the attack and the ongoing search for the creature. The police had cordoned off the woods, warning residents to stay indoors. But fear had already gripped the town, its icy fingers reaching into every home and heart. "What are we going to do?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't have an answer. We were trapped in a town under siege, hunted by a creature we didn't understand. But one thing was clear, we couldn't just sit and wait to become its next victims. We had to fight back. Driven by a mixture of fear and determination, I began scouring the internet for information about the beast of Harmony Creek. Local legends spoke of a creature of immense size and strength, with razor-sharp claws and glowing red eyes. Some claimed it was a werewolf, others a demon, still others a creature unlike anything known to man. But one detail caught my attention, a recurring mention of an ancient symbol, a cryptic marking said to be associated with the beast. Armed with this new information, I convinced Emily to venture out with me, despite the curfew and the warnings. We needed to find evidence, something that could help us understand the creature and its motives. Our search led us to the town library, a dusty old building filled with forgotten books and local histories. There, in a crumbling volume on Harmony Creek folklore, we found it, a drawing of the symbol, accompanied by a chilling description of the beast and its origins. As we deciphered the ancient text, a horrifying truth began to emerge. The beast of Harmony Creek was not just a mindless monster, it was a guardian, a protector of an ancient power that lay dormant beneath the town. And this symbol, we realized with a growing sense of dread, was not just a mark of the beast, but a key that could unleash a force far more terrifying than anything we could have. We emerged from the library, the weight of our discovery heavy on our shoulders. The night was darker now, the wind howling through the empty streets. We were no longer just facing a monster, we were facing a force that could destroy Harmony Creek and everything in it. And as we hurried back to Emily's house, I knew that the hunt had just begun, a desperate race against time to stop the beast and the ancient evil it guarded. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from the ancient text, Emily and I knew our next move. We had to find the beast of Harmony Creek's lair. The book spoke of a hidden cave, nestled deep within the woods, where the creature retreated during the day. It was a risky move, venturing into the heart of the beast's territory, but we were running out of time. The Halloween festival was in full swing, and with each passing hour, the risk of another attack grew. We equipped ourselves with flashlights, a first aid kit, and a hefty dose of courage. Following the cryptic clues in the book, we navigated the darkened woods, our senses heightened, our hearts pounding in our chests. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something musky and primal, that made my skin crawl. After what seemed like an eternity, we stumbled upon a narrow opening in the hillside, concealed by a tangle of vines and fallen branches. A shiver ran down my spine as I shone my flashlight into the darkness. The air within the cave was thick and stale, heavy with the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent. Cautiously, we ventured deeper into the cave, our footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. The walls were damp and slick, adorned with strange markings that seemed to writhe in the flickering light of our flashlights. The air grew colder as we descended, and a sense of dread settled over us, heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, the cave opened into a large chamber, the source of the foul stench that permeated the air. Bones littered the floor, remnants of the beast's victims. In the center of the chamber, a large, shadowy figure stirred. Its eyes, glowing red in the darkness, fixed on us with a predatory intensity. The beast of Harmony Creek had found us. Fear threatened to consume me, but I forced myself to remain calm. We had come too far to turn back now. We had to face the beast, to stop it before it could claim another victim. Gripping the ancient symbol we had found in the library, I stepped forward, ready to confront the creature and the darkness it guarded. The beast lunged, its massive form a blur in the flickering light of our flashlights. A guttural roar echoed through the cavern, sending shivers down my spine. The stench of decay and damp earth filled my nostrils, mingling with the creature's fetid breath. Fear threatened to paralyze me, but I forced myself to move, to react. Emily screamed, her voice echoing off the cave walls. I shoved her behind me, shielding her from the creature's claws. The beast snarled, its eyes burning with a predatory hunger. I raised the ancient symbol, the key to the creature's power, hoping it would serve as a ward against its fury. The beast hesitated, its eyes fixated on the symbol. A low growl rumbled in its throat, a mixture of confusion and rage. I seized the opportunity, pressing forward, my voice ringing out in the cavern. "We're not here to harm you," I shouted, hoping to reason with the creature, to appeal to some semblance of intelligence within its monstrous form. The beast tilted its head, its eyes narrowing. It seemed to be listening, considering my words. I continued, explaining that we knew about the ancient power it guarded, the force that lay dormant beneath Harmony Creek. I told it that we understood its role as a protector, a guardian against the darkness. To my surprise, the beast seemed to comprehend. It lowered its head, its growl subsiding into a low rumble. I took a cautious step closer, extending my hand towards the creature, offering a gesture of peace. The beast sniffed my hand, its hot breath brushing against my skin. Then, to my astonishment, it nudged my hand with its snout, a gesture that seemed almost friendly. A wave of relief washed over me. We had found a way to communicate with the beast, to bridge the gap between human and creature. Perhaps, just perhaps, we could work together to protect Harmony Creek from the true threat, the ancient evil that lurked in the shadows, waiting to be unleashed. But as I looked into the beast's eyes, I saw a flicker of fear, a hint of something dark and ominous lurking within its depths. The creature was not entirely free from the influence of the ancient evil. And as a chilling realization dawned on me, I knew that our newfound alliance was fragile, a delicate balance that could shatter at any moment. The flickering light of our flashlights danced across the cave walls, casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to writhe and twist with every move. The air hung heavy with the weight of our discovery, the realization that the beast of Harmony Creek was not the true enemy, but a captive of a far greater evil. We had stumbled upon a secret that had been buried for centuries, a truth that could shatter the peaceful facade of Harmony Creek and unleash chaos upon the world. The beast, sensing our apprehension, nudged my hand again, its touch surprisingly gentle. Its eyes, though still glowing with an otherworldly light, held a flicker of understanding, a plea for help. We were connected now, bound by a shared knowledge and a common enemy. We had to work together, human and creature, to protect Harmony Creek from the impending darkness. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the task ahead. "We need your help," I said, my voice echoing in the cavern. "We need to know how to stop the ancient evil, how to prevent it from being unleashed." The beast lowered its head, as if in contemplation. Then, to our surprise, it began to move, leading us deeper into the cave. We followed cautiously, our flashlights illuminating the path ahead. The cave narrowed, the air growing colder and more oppressive. The stench of decay intensified, and I could feel the presence of the ancient evil growing stronger with every step. Finally, we reached a dead end. The beast stopped, its eyes fixed on a large, moss-covered stone embedded in the cave wall. The stone was etched with the same ancient symbol we had found in the library, the key to the creature's power and the gateway to the ancient evil. The beast nudged the stone with its snout, a low growl rumbling in its throat. I understood. The creature was showing us the source of the evil, the point where it was weakest, where we could strike. But how? How could we possibly defeat a force that had been dormant for centuries, a power that could consume the world in darkness? Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind. The ancient text had mentioned a ritual, a way to seal the gateway, to imprison the ancient evil once more. But the ritual required a sacrifice, a pure heart offered willingly to bind the darkness. I looked at Emily, her face pale but determined. We both knew what had to be done. With a heavy heart, I turned to the beast, our eyes locking in a silent understanding. We had made a pact, human and creature, to protect Harmony Creek, no matter the cost. And as we prepared to face the ancient evil, I knew that the fate of the world rested on our shoulders. The ancient text, illuminated by the beam of my flashlight, revealed the intricate steps of the ritual. It was a complex dance of words and actions, a delicate balance of power and sacrifice. The slightest misstep could unleash the ancient evil, condemning Harmony Creek and the world to eternal darkness. The beast, sensing the gravity of the situation, stood guard at the entrance of the chamber, its massive form a silhouette against the faint glow of the moon filtering through the cave opening. Emily and I, our hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and determination, prepared to perform the ritual, our voices echoing in the cavernous silence. We began by chanting the incantation, our voices rising and falling in unison with the rhythm of the ancient words. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows on the cave walls seemed to dance and writhe as if awakened by the power of the ritual. The ancient symbol on the stone pulsed with an eerie light, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. As we reached the climax of the ritual, A wave of power surged through the cave, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The beast roared, its voice a primal echo of the forces unleashed. The ancient evil, sensing its impending doom, fought back with a ferocity that threatened to overwhelm us. But we held our ground, our voices unwavering, our determination fueled by the knowledge that the fate of Harmony Creek, and perhaps the world, rested on our shoulders. The ancient symbol glowed brighter, its light piercing the darkness, pushing back the shadows. The beast, its eyes blazing with power, joined our chant, its voice adding a primal force to the ritual. Finally, as the last words of the incantation echoed through the cave, a blinding flash of light erupted from the stone. The ancient evil shrieked, its voice a wail of despair as it was sucked back into the depths of the earth, its power sealed once more. The cave fell silent, the only sound our ragged breathing and the pounding of our hearts. The beast, its task complete, turned to us, its eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of sadness. It nudged Emily gently, then turned and disappeared into the depths of the cave, leaving us alone in the silence. We had done it. We had saved Harmony Creek, and perhaps the world, from the ancient evil. But the cost had been high. As we made our way out of the cave, the first rays of dawn painting the horizon, we knew that Harmony Creek would never be the same. The memory of the beast, the ritual, and the sacrifice would forever be etched in our hearts, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world and the courage it took to face it. The morning sun cast long shadows across the town square, illuminating the remnants of the Halloween festivities. Scattered pumpkins, crumpled costumes, and abandoned decorations lay strewn across the cobblestones, a stark contrast to the vibrant celebration of the night before. Harmony Creek, once a picture of idyllic charm, now wore a veil of somber silence. News of the attack and the subsequent disappearances had spread like wildfire, casting a pall over the once joyful town. The residents, their faces etched with worry and confusion, emerged from their homes, their voices hushed as they exchanged whispers about the events of the night before. The festive decorations, once a source of pride and joy, now seemed like a mockery of the darkness that had. Emily and I, physically and emotionally exhausted, walked hand in hand through the deserted streets. The weight of our experience, the knowledge of the ancient evil that lurked beneath the surface of their seemingly peaceful town, hung heavy on our shoulders. We had saved Harmony Creek, but at a cost. The sacrifice we had made, the bond we had forged with the beast, had left an indelible mark on our souls. As we passed the town square, we noticed a group of residents gathered around a makeshift memorial. Flowers, candles, and handwritten notes adorned the base of the old oak tree, a tribute to the victims of the beast of Harmony Creek. A wave of sadness washed over us as we remembered the young boy, his laughter silenced by the creature's attack. We had avenged his death, but the pain of his loss lingered, a reminder of the darkness that still lurked in the shadows. Despite the somber atmosphere, a sense of resilience permeated the air. The residents of Harmony Creek, though shaken by the events of the night before, were determined to rebuild, to reclaim their town from the grip of fear. The Halloween decorations were slowly being taken down, replaced by signs of hope and renewal. The spirit of community, strong and unwavering, shone through the darkness, a testament to the enduring human spirit. As we reached Emily's house, a sense of peace settled over us. We had faced the darkness, confronted our fears, and emerged stronger on the other side. Harmony Creek, though forever changed, would endure. And as we looked towards the future, we knew that the memories of the past, both the joys and the sorrows, would forever be a part of us, shaping who we were and who we would become. Weeks turned into months, and the leaves of Harmony Creek transitioned from fiery hues to the stark bareness of winter. The town, once cloaked in the shadow of fear, slowly began to heal. Laughter once again echoed through the streets, though tinged with a newfound awareness of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The physical scars of the Halloween attack faded, but the emotional wounds lingered. The residents of Harmony Creek carried with them the memory of the beast, the fear, and the loss. Yet, there was also a sense of resilience, a shared understanding that they had faced the darkness together and emerged stronger. Emily and I returned to our lives, forever changed by our experience. We carried the weight of the secret, the knowledge of the ancient evil and the sacrifice we had made to contain it. The whispers of the beast, the chanting of the ritual, and the image of the glowing symbol haunted our dreams, a constant reminder of the darkness we had confronted. But we also carried with us a newfound strength, a deeper understanding of the human spirit and its capacity for courage and resilience. We had faced the unknown, stared into the abyss, and emerged with a renewed appreciation for the fragility of life and the power of human connection. Harmony Creek remained a place of whispers, its history forever intertwined with the legend of the beast. The annual Halloween festival continued, though now with a somber undertone, a reminder of the darkness that had once threatened to consume the town. But it was also a celebration of survival, a testament to the enduring human spirit and its ability to overcome adversity. And so, the story of the beast of Harmony Creek lived on, a tale whispered around campfires and shared in hushed tones on dark autumn nights. It was a story of fear and loss, but also of courage, sacrifice, and the enduring power of hope. A story that reminded us that even in the darkest of times, the human spirit could find a way to shine through, illuminating the path towards healing and renewal. The crisp autumn air bit at my cheeks as I hiked deeper into Redwood National Park. The sun was already sinking below the towering redwoods, casting long, eerie shadows across the forest floor. It was Halloween weekend, and the park was unusually quiet. Most visitors preferred the safety of the campgrounds and the warmth of their RVs to the chilling solitude of the woods at night. But not me. As a park ranger, it was my duty to ensure the safety of everyone within the park, even those foolish enough to wander off the beaten path. My boots crunched on the fallen leaves, the only sound that broke the silence. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a familiar aroma that usually brought me comfort. But tonight, there was an underlying tension, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that told me something wasn't right. I rounded a bend in the trail and stumbled upon an unexpected sight, an abandoned campsite. A faded blue tent sagged forlornly, its entrance flapping in the breeze. A battered backpack lay discarded nearby, its contents spilling out onto the forest floor. A half-eaten bag of trail mix and a crumpled map added to the sense of hasty departure. Who would leave their belongings like this? Had they simply forgotten them? Or was there something more sinister at play? My ranger instincts kicked in, and I cautiously approached the campsite, scanning the surroundings for any signs of life. As I drew closer, I noticed a small, leather-bound journal lying beneath a fallen branch. Its worn cover was embossed with a single word, Emily. Curiosity piqued, I picked up the journal and gently brushed off the dirt. The pages felt brittle and damp, as if they had been exposed to the elements for some time. I flipped to the first entry, my heart pounding with a growing sense of unease. October 28th, 2023. I finally made it. After months of planning, I'm here, alone in the heart of Redwood National Park. The silence is deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant cry of a bird. I feel a strange sense of peace here, a connection to something ancient and powerful. It's as if the forest itself is calling to me, beckoning me deeper into its embrace. The words were written in a delicate, flowing script, a stark contrast to the harsh reality of the abandoned campsite. Who was Emily? And what had compelled her to venture into the depths of the forest alone? A shiver ran down my spine as I realized that this was no ordinary journal. This was the beginning of a mystery, and I was determined to unravel it. The flickering light of my headlamp illuminated the faded ink of Emily's journal. I settled against the base of a giant redwood, the rough bark digging into my back. A chill wind whispered through the branches overhead, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Despite the eerie surroundings, I was captivated by Emily's words. Each entry drew me deeper into her world, a world of increasing isolation and despair. October 29th, 2023. The forest is alive. I can feel it in the rustling of the leaves, in the creaking of the branches, in the very air I breathe. There's an energy here, a pulse that vibrates through my entire being. It's both exhilarating and terrifying. I feel more alive here than I ever have before. Emily's early entries were filled with a sense of wonder and awe. She described the forest with a poet's eye, capturing its beauty and majesty. But as the days passed, a darker tone crept into her writing. November 1st, 2023. I haven't seen another soul in days. The solitude is starting to weigh on me. I thought I craved this isolation, this escape from the noise and chaos of the world. But now, the silence is deafening. The shadows seem to stretch out like long fingers, reaching for me, trying to pull me down. Her words painted a picture of a woman grappling with inner demons. She wrote about feeling lost and alone, overwhelmed by the pressures of life. There were hints of past traumas, of broken relationships and unfulfilled dreams. November 4th, 2023. I can't shake this feeling that I'm being watched. Every time I turn around, I catch a glimpse of movement in the shadows. Is it just my imagination? Or is there something else out there, something lurking just beyond my sight? Paranoia started to seep into her writing. She described feeling hunted, as if the forest itself was closing in on her. I found myself holding my breath, my own senses heightened, as if I too could feel the unseen eyes watching me from the darkness. November 6th, 2023. I had a dream last night. I was walking through the forest, and the trees were whispering my name. They told me to stay, to become one with them. I woke up with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. I can't tell if it was a dream or a warning. The entries became increasingly erratic, filled with strange visions and unsettling dreams. Emily's grip on reality seemed to be slipping. I felt a growing sense of dread, a knot tightening in my stomach. What had happened to Emily? Had she simply lost her way, or was there something more sinister at play? I closed the journal, my mind racing. Emily's words echoed in my ears, her fear palpable. I knew I had to find her, to make sure she was okay. But as I looked out into the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was already too late. Dawn broke, casting a pale light through the dense canopy of redwoods. The forest floor was shrouded in mist, adding an ethereal quality to the already eerie surroundings. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the lingering sense of unease that Emily's journal had instilled in me. I carefully placed the journal in my backpack, determined to find out what had happened to its author. My first course of action was to report my findings to the park headquarters. I radioed in, describing the abandoned campsite and the disturbing contents of the journal. My supervisor, Ranger Thompson, took the report seriously, recognizing the potential danger of a missing person in the vast wilderness of Redwood National Park. A search and rescue team was assembled, and I joined them as we combed the area around the campsite. We followed trails, checked for signs of disturbance, and called out Emily's name, our voices echoing through the silent woods. But the forest held its secrets close. Hours turned into days, and the search yielded nothing. Frustrated and exhausted, I returned to the headquarters, where Ranger Thompson was studying the map of the park. "We've covered a wide area, Alex," he said, his brow furrowed with concern. "But this park is vast. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack." I nodded, feeling a pang of guilt. Had I found Emily's campsite sooner, could we have prevented this? I pulled out the journal, its leather cover worn smooth from my constant handling. "Maybe there's something in here, something we've missed," I said, flipping through the pages. We pored over the entries, searching for any clues to Emily's whereabouts. She mentioned a few landmarks, a particular waterfall, a grove of ancient trees with twisted branches. We marked these locations on the map, hoping they might lead us to her. As we studied the map, I noticed a recurring theme in Emily's writing. She often mentioned feeling drawn to a specific area of the park, a place she referred to as the heart of the woods. She described it as a place of immense power, where the boundary between the real and the unreal seemed to blur. Could this be the key to finding Emily? I pointed to a remote area on the map, a dense section of old-growth forest rarely visited by hikers. "What about this area?" I asked. Could this be the heart of the woods she keeps mentioning? Ranger Thompson studied the map, his eyes narrowing. "It's a long shot," he said, "but it's worth a try. We'll organize a search party for tomorrow morning. Get some rest, Alex. You'll need it." I nodded, but sleep was the last thing on my mind. Emily's words haunted me, her fear and desperation palpable. I had a feeling that the search for Emily was about to take a much darker turn. The next morning, a sense of grim determination hung in the air as our search party assembled at the trailhead. Ranger Thompson briefed the team, emphasizing the need for caution and vigilance. "We're heading into a remote and challenging area," he said, his voice grave. "Stay alert, stick together, and report any findings immediately. We set off into the dense forest, the trail quickly disappearing beneath a carpet of fallen leaves and decaying branches. The air was heavy with moisture, and the towering redwoods blocked out most of the sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight. The silence was broken only by the crunch of our boots on the forest floor and the occasional call of a bird. As we ventured deeper, the terrain became increasingly difficult. Thick undergrowth snagged at our clothes, and fallen logs forced us to scramble over them. The heart of the woods that Emily had described in her journal was living up to its name. It felt like we were entering a primal, untouched world. We followed the coordinates I had marked on the map, navigating by compass and GPS. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew still and heavy, and a sense of foreboding settled over the group. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes were following our every move. After hours of trekking, we reached a clearing. A sense of recognition washed over me. This was the place Emily had described in her journal, the place she called the sanctuary. A circle of ancient redwoods stood sentinel around the clearing, their gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. A small creek flowed through the center, its waters dark and still. A hush fell over the search party. We spread out, searching for any sign of Emily. I scanned the ground, looking for footprints or any disturbance in the undergrowth. My heart pounded in my chest, a mixture of hope and dread. Was this where we would find her? Suddenly, one of the rangers let out a shout. "Over here," he called, his voice urgent. We rushed towards him, our boots pounding on the soft earth. He was kneeling beside a fallen log, his face pale. I followed his gaze and felt a wave of nausea wash over me. There, partially concealed beneath the log, lay a body. It was Emily. A wave of nausea washed over me as I took in the sight of Emily's lifeless form. Her once vibrant journal now felt heavy in my hands, a stark reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded. The reality of her death hit me like a physical blow, and I stumbled back, my legs suddenly weak. The other rangers moved with a practiced efficiency, securing the area and carefully examining the scene. There were no obvious signs of foul play, but the official cause of death would have to be determined by the medical examiner. I watched as they gently placed Emily's body in a body bag, her pale face peeking out from the zipper. A profound sadness settled over me, a sense of loss for a life cut short. We radioed for a helicopter to transport Emily's body out of the forest. As we waited, I found myself drawn back to the clearing, to the spot where she had spent her final days. I imagined her sitting by the creek, writing in her journal, her thoughts and fears spilling onto the pages. What had driven her to this desperate act? What demons had she been battling? I pulled up the journal and flipped to the last entry. It was dated November 8th, just 2 days before we found her. The writing was shaky, almost illegible, but the words were filled with despair. I can't go on like this. The darkness is closing in, and I don't have the strength to fight it anymore. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Maybe in death, I'll find the peace I've been searching for. Reading those words, I felt a surge of anger. Anger at Emily for giving up, anger at the world for failing her, anger at myself for not finding her sooner. But beneath the anger, there was a deep sadness, a sense of shared humanity and the fragility of life. The helicopter arrived, its rotors churning the air and scattering the fallen leaves. We loaded Emily's body onto the stretcher, and I watched as it was lifted into the sky, disappearing into the vastness of the forest. As we made our way back through the woods, the silence seemed even more profound than before. Emily's presence lingered, a ghost in the shadows. I knew that her story would stay with me, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk within even the most beautiful places. The days following the discovery of Emily's body were a blur. The official investigation concluded that her death was a suicide, brought on by a combination of factors: her history of depression, the isolation of the wilderness, and perhaps a final, desperate cry for help that went unanswered. The Park Service offered grief counseling to the rangers involved in the search, but I found little solace in talking. The image of Emily's lifeless form haunted my dreams, and the weight of her despair pressed down on me like a physical burden. I felt a profound sense of responsibility, questioning whether I could have done more to prevent this tragedy. I sought refuge in the familiar routine of my work, patrolling the trails, assisting visitors, and maintaining the park's pristine beauty. But even amidst the grandeur of the redwoods, a shadow lingered. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of branches, seemed to whisper Emily's name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I found myself drawn back to the clearing where we had found her. The place held a strange allure, a mixture of sadness and serenity. I sat by the creek, the gentle murmur of the water a soothing balm to my troubled soul. I pulled out Emily's journal, its pages now worn and dog-eared from countless readings. I reread her entries, tracing the trajectory of her descent into despair. But this time, I noticed something different. Amidst the darkness, there were glimpses of light, moments of joy and wonder that she had experienced in the forest. She described the thrill of spotting a rare bird, the awe of standing beneath a towering redwood, the simple pleasure of breathing in the fresh air and feeling the sun on her skin. In those moments, she seemed to find a sense of peace, a connection to something larger than herself. I realized that Emily's story wasn't just a tragedy, it was also a testament to the power of nature to heal and inspire. Even in her darkest moments, she found solace in the beauty of the forest. And in her death, she had inadvertently reminded me of the importance of cherishing life, of appreciating the small moments, and of reaching out to those who are struggling. As I closed the journal, a sense of calm washed over me. The weight on my chest seemed to lift, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. I would honor Emily's memory by dedicating myself to protecting this forest and the people who sought solace within its embrace. I would be a beacon of hope for those who felt lost and alone, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found. The sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor. A sense of peace settled over me as I stood in the clearing, the gentle murmur of the creek a soothing balm to my soul. Emily's journal lay open in my hands, her final entry a poignant reminder of the fragility of life. I thought about Emily's journey, her struggles with depression and her desperate search for solace in the wilderness. Her story had touched me deeply, forcing me to confront my own vulnerabilities and the fragility of those around me. I closed the journal, a renewed sense of purpose filling me. I would honor Emily's memory by becoming a better ranger, a more compassionate and vigilant guardian of this forest and its visitors. I would be more attentive to those who seemed lost or troubled, offering a listening ear and a helping hand. I made a silent promise to Emily, to the forest, and to myself. I would dedicate myself to protecting this sanctuary, not just from physical dangers, but from the darkness that can consume the human spirit. I would be a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the deepest despair, there is always light to be found. As I turned to leave the clearing, I noticed a small, purple wildflower growing beside the creek. It was a delicate bloom, its petals reaching towards the fading light. I knelt down and gently touched its velvety surface. It was a symbol of life, of resilience, of beauty emerging from the shadows. I picked the flower and tucked it into my pocket, a reminder of Emily and the promise I had made. As I walked back through the darkening woods, I felt a sense of closure, a sense that Emily's spirit was finally at peace. Back at headquarters, I couldn't shake the feeling that Emily's story needed to be told. Not as a sensationalized tale of tragedy, but as a reminder of the silent struggles many face and the importance of seeking help. I contacted Emily's family, sharing my discovery of her journal and expressing my condolences. They were heartbroken, but also grateful for the insight into her final days. With their permission, I began to transcribe her journal entries, carefully preserving her words and emotions. I decided to share Emily's story with the Park Service, proposing a mental health awareness campaign. I envisioned brochures with excerpts from her journal, placed at visitor centers and trailheads, encouraging hikers to connect with nature while also emphasizing the importance of self-care and seeking support when needed. Ranger Thompson was supportive, recognizing the potential impact of such a campaign. This could be a powerful way to honor Emily's memory, he said, and to prevent others from suffering the same fate. We worked together to develop the campaign, incorporating resources for mental health support and tips for safe and responsible wilderness exploration. We also organized training sessions for park rangers, equipping them to recognize signs of distress in visitors and offer appropriate assistance. The response to the campaign was overwhelmingly positive. Visitors expressed gratitude for the open dialogue about mental health, and many shared their own stories of struggle and resilience. Emily's words resonated with people from all walks of life, creating a sense of shared humanity and understanding. I felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing that Emily's legacy was one of hope and healing. Her story had become a catalyst for change, transforming the way we approach mental health in the wilderness and beyond. Word of Emily's story spread throughout the park, reaching the ears of visitors and staff alike. The clearing where she was found became an unofficial place of remembrance, a quiet sanctuary where people could reflect on life, loss, and the healing power of nature. Hikers would often leave small tokens at the base of a particular redwood tree, a pine cone, a wildflower, a handwritten note expressing their condolences or sharing their own struggles. The tree became a living memorial, its bark etched with messages of hope and remembrance. The Park Service officially recognized the site, adding a small plaque with Emily's name and a quote from her journal, "The forest is alive." I can feel it in the rustling of the leaves, in the creaking of the branches, in the very air I breathe. The clearing became a popular destination for those seeking solace and connection. People would sit by the creek, listening to the gentle murmur of the water, finding comfort in the shared silence. Some would read Emily's journal, now kept in a weatherproof box at the base of the memorial tree, her words offering solace and understanding. I often visited the clearing, finding a sense of peace amidst the memories. I would read the messages left by visitors, feeling a connection to the community that had formed around Emily's story. It was a reminder that even in tragedy, there is the potential for growth and healing. One day, I found a young woman sitting by the creek, tears streaming down her face. She was reading Emily's journal, her body shaking with sobs. I sat beside her, offering a silent presence. After a while, she turned to me, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "Emily's story, it saved my life." She shared her own struggles with depression, how she had felt isolated and hopeless. But reading Emily's words, she realized she wasn't alone. She sought help, and now she was on the road to recovery. In that moment, I understood the true impact of Emily's legacy. Her story had become a beacon of hope, guiding others out of the darkness and towards a brighter future. Years passed. The redwoods continued to stand tall, their roots anchoring them to the earth, their branches reaching for the sky. The forest remained a place of profound beauty, a sanctuary for both humans and wildlife. I continued my work as a park ranger, patrolling the trails, educating visitors, and protecting the delicate ecosystem. But my perspective had shifted. I was no longer just a guardian of the physical landscape. I was also a guardian of the human spirit. I carried Emily's story with me, sharing it with new recruits and visitors alike. It became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the importance of mental health awareness and the power of human connection. But it was also a story of hope, of resilience, and of the enduring beauty of the natural world. The clearing where Emily was found remained a place of pilgrimage, a quiet space for reflection and remembrance. The memorial tree stood tall, its bark etched with messages of love, loss, and hope. It was a testament to the enduring impact of a single life, a reminder that even in death, we can leave a legacy of beauty and compassion. As I approached retirement, I often found myself drawn back to the clearing. I would sit by the creek, listening to the whispering wind and the murmuring water, feeling a sense of deep connection to the forest and to the memory of Emily. The redwoods had witnessed countless stories unfold over the centuries, stories of joy and sorrow, of life and death, of love and loss. And within their silent embrace, I had found my own sense of purpose, a calling to protect not just the trees, but the fragile human souls who sought solace within their shadows. The forest remained a timeless testament to the enduring power of nature and the enduring spirit of humanity. And within its depths, Emily's story would live on, a whisper in the wind, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope to be found. The crisp autumn air sent shivers down my spine, and it wasn't just the chilly October wind. As a park ranger in Yellowstone National Park, I'd always relished the solitude and beauty of the wilderness. But this Halloween season, a different kind of chill hung in the air, a sense of foreboding that clung to the shadows lengthening with the setting sun. The first sign that something was amiss came with the missing hiker reports. It started subtly, a lone backpacker overdue from a day hike, then a couple who vanished from their campsite, leaving behind a half-eaten meal and an extinguished campfire. Each disappearance was shrouded in mystery, with no signs of foul play, no distress signals, just an eerie silence where laughter and footsteps should have been. The park's usually bustling trails grew eerily quiet as whispers of the missing hikers spread like wildfire. A sense of unease settled over the remaining visitors, their cheerful chatter replaced by hushed conversations and anxious glances towards the darkening woods. I tried to quell the growing panic, assuring everyone that these were isolated incidents, probably just cases of unprepared hikers getting lost or injured. But deep down, a knot of worry tightened in my gut. I'd spent years patrolling these woods, knew their every twist and turn, and something felt different this time. The air was thick with an unseen tension, a palpable sense of dread that clung to the falling leaves and whispered through the rustling pines. As darkness enveloped the park, casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape, I couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister lurked just beyond the campfire's light, something unseen, something hungry. The disappearances continued, and with each vanishing camper, the atmosphere in Yellowstone grew heavier, the veil of fear thickening like the morning mist that clung to the geysers. The once vibrant campsites, filled with the laughter of families and the crackle of campfires, now stood deserted, haunted by an unspoken dread. Rumors began to swirl among the remaining visitors, carried on the wind that whistled through the towering pines. Whispers of a shadowy figure, glimpsed flitting through the trees at dusk, a creature with eyes that glowed red in the darkness, like embers burning in the heart of the forest. Some spoke of strange symbols carved into the bark of ancient trees, symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when viewed in the moonlight. Others recounted tales of unsettling sounds echoing through the canyons at night, guttural growls, chilling screams that sent shivers down the bravest of spines. I tried to dismiss these stories as the product of overactive imaginations, fueled by fear and the isolation of the wilderness. But even I couldn't ignore the growing sense of unease that permeated the park. The ranger's office was flooded with calls, campers reporting strange sightings, unexplained noises, and a pervasive feeling of being watched. One evening, huddled around a crackling campfire with a group of nervous visitors, I listened to their stories, each one more outlandish than the last. A young boy, his eyes wide with fear, described seeing a tall, gaunt figure with long, sharp claws lurking near his tent. A middle-aged couple swore they heard heavy footsteps circling their campsite in the dead of night. As the firelight danced in their terrified eyes, I felt a chill creep up my own spine. Could there be some truth to these whispers? Was there something more sinister at play in the heart of Yellowstone, something that preyed on the unsuspecting under the cloak of darkness? The rumors and whispers had gnawed at me, fueling a growing sense of dread. Sleep offered no escape, haunted by nightmares of glowing red eyes and shadowy figures lurking just beyond my reach. I knew I couldn't ignore the growing darkness that seemed to be consuming Yellowstone. One night, driven by a restless need to confront the unknown, I ventured out on patrol, leaving the safety of the ranger station behind. The full moon cast an eerie glow over the deserted trails, painting the familiar landscape in an unsettling light. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a chilling whisper that seemed to beckon me deeper into the woods. As I rounded a bend in the trail, a movement caught my eye. A flicker of shadow against the moonlit trees, a fleeting glimpse of something tall and gaunt, moving with an unnatural grace. My heart pounded in my chest, adrenaline surging through my veins. I gripped my flashlight tighter, its beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the source of the disturbance. There it was again, a silhouette against the starry sky, its form barely discernible in the darkness. It moved with a deliberate silence, gliding through the trees like a phantom, its eyes two glowing embers that pierced the night. Fear threatened to consume me, but curiosity and a sense of duty propelled me forward. I had to know what was lurking in the shadows, what was preying on the innocent visitors of my beloved park. Taking a deep breath, I stepped off the trail, following the creature's path. The forest floor crunched beneath my boots, the sound amplified in the eerie silence. With each step, the feeling of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes were tracking my every move. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the creature vanished. The forest fell silent, the only sound the pounding of my own heart. I stood there, alone in the darkness, the chilling realization dawning on me. I was now alone in these woods. Something was out there, something ancient and malevolent, and it was watching me. The encounter with the creature had shaken me to my core, but it also ignited a burning determination to uncover the truth. I couldn't stand by and watch as innocent lives were lost to the darkness that had descended upon Yellowstone. I began my investigation by revisiting the abandoned campsites, scouring the area for any clues the missing hikers might have left behind. The first thing that struck me was the eerie silence. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just an unsettling stillness that hung heavy in the air. As I examined the campsites more closely, I noticed strange symbols carved into the trees, similar to the ones described in the rumors. They were crude and primitive, yet there was an undeniable sense of malice emanating from them. I photographed the symbols, my mind racing with questions. Were they warnings? Messages? Or something more sinister? Following the trails the missing hikers were last seen on, I discovered more unsettling signs. Footprints that seemed to defy human anatomy, with unusually long strides and claw-like marks. Broken branches that suggested a struggle, a desperate attempt to escape something terrifying. The deeper I ventured into the wilderness, the more convinced I became that I was dealing with something far beyond a lost or injured hiker. This was something predatory, something that stalked its prey with a chilling intelligence. As I followed the trail of clues, a growing sense of paranoia took hold. I felt eyes on me, watching my every move from the shadows. The rustling of leaves sent shivers down my spine, and every snapping twig sounded like an approaching predator. Despite the fear that gnawed at me, I pressed on, driven by a need for answers. I had to find out what was happening in Yellowstone, and I had to stop it before more lives were lost. Days turned into nights, and the investigation yielded more questions than answers. The creature remained elusive, a phantom haunting the edges of my perception. Frustration gnawed at me, the weight of responsibility pressing down on my shoulders. I had to find a way to stop this creature, to protect the remaining visitors and restore peace to Yellowstone. A risky plan began to form in my mind. If the creature was hunting humans, I would become the bait. I would venture deep into the woods, armed with only my wits and a few essential tools, and lure the creature into a trap. I chose a secluded clearing, surrounded by dense trees, the perfect place for an ambush. I set up motion sensors and infrared cameras, hoping to capture evidence of the creature's movements. Then, I settled in for a long night, my senses on high alert. The hours crawled by, each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig sending a jolt of adrenaline through me. The moon cast long, eerie shadows, transforming familiar trees into menacing figures. The forest seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the coming confrontation. Then, the motion sensors sprang to life. A rapid succession of alerts signaled something moving through the trees, approaching my position. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of fear and anticipation. I gripped my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the source of the disturbance. And then, I saw it. The creature emerged from the shadows, its form silhouetted against the moonlit sky. It was taller than I had imagined, its limbs long and sinewy, its movements fluid and predatory. Its eyes, those glowing red embers, burned with a malevolent intensity. The trap was sprung. The creature lunged, its claws flashing in the moonlight like daggers. I reacted instinctively, raising my arms to shield myself as it crashed into me. The force of the impact sent me sprawling backwards, my flashlight skittering across the ground. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The creature towered over me, its eyes burning with a predatory hunger. It snarled, a guttural sound that echoed through the trees, sending shivers down my spine. I knew I was outmatched, but I refused to give up without a fight. I grabbed a fallen branch, wielding it like a makeshift weapon. The creature lunged again, its claws raking the air. I swung the branch, connecting with its shoulder. It roared in anger, its eyes blazing with fury. We grappled, a desperate struggle for survival. The creature's strength was immense, its claws tearing at my clothes, leaving bloody marks on my skin. I fought back with every ounce of strength I could muster, fueled by a primal instinct to survive. As we wrestled, I caught a glimpse of the creature's face. It was a grotesque mask of animalistic rage, its features twisted into a snarl, its teeth bared in a feral grin. But beneath the monstrous exterior, I sensed something ancient, something malevolent, something that chilled me to the bone. The creature's claws found their mark, tearing into my arm. I cried out in pain, my grip on the branch loosening. The creature pressed its advantage, pinning me to the ground. Its hot, fetid breath washed over my face as it leaned in, its eyes glowing with triumph. I stared into those eyes, a chilling mix of animalistic rage and something more, something that seemed to peer into my very soul. In that moment, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Was this the end? Just as I felt the creature's icy claws tighten around my throat, a sound pierced the night. A chorus of voices, shouts, and screams echoing through the trees. The creature hesitated, its head snapping up, its attention momentarily diverted. A surge of hope coursed through me. It was the campers. They must have heard the commotion and come to investigate. The creature, sensing the interruption, turned its head towards the approaching sounds, its grip on me loosening slightly. I seized the opportunity, mustering all my remaining strength. I kicked out, catching the creature in the chest. It stumbled backward, momentarily off balance. I scrambled away, rolling to my feet, my body aching, my breath ragged. The creature snarled, its eyes burning with renewed fury. But before it could lunge again, a beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the clearing. More voices joined the chorus, flashlights bobbing through the trees. The creature, momentarily blinded and disoriented by the sudden intrusion, hesitated. It was then that I saw the fear in its eyes, a flicker of uncertainty that hadn't been there before. The campers, emboldened by their numbers, surged forward, their shouts and the beams of their flashlights creating a chaotic symphony of light and sound. The creature, overwhelmed by the sudden assault, retreated, melting back into the shadows from whence it came. I collapsed to my knees, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The campers gathered around me, their faces etched with concern. I looked up at them, my heart filled with gratitude. They had saved my life. The creature's retreat was only temporary. A chilling growl echoed through the trees, a reminder that the danger was far from over. We had disrupted its hunt, but it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity. Panic surged through the group. We had to get out of those woods, and fast. I urged the campers to follow me, leading them back towards the main trail, our flashlights cutting through the darkness like beacons in the night. But the creature was faster. It moved with an unnatural speed, its growls growing closer, its presence a suffocating weight on our backs. We could hear it crashing through the underbrush, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness like malevolent stars. Fear fueled our flight. We scrambled over fallen logs, dodged thorny bushes, our lungs burning, our legs aching. But the creature was relentless, its pursuit a terrifying symphony of snarls and snapping branches. One of the campers, a young woman named Sarah, stumbled and fell. I helped her up, urging her to keep moving, but the creature was closing in. Its shadow loomed over us, its claws outstretched, ready to strike. In a desperate act, I shoved Sarah behind me, facing the creature head-on. It lunged, its jaws snapping shut inches from my face. I ducked, narrowly avoiding its attack. The creature roared in frustration, its claws raking the air. We couldn't outrun it. We had to fight. The creature lunged, its claws aimed at my throat. I raised my arms in a desperate attempt to shield myself, but I knew it was a futile effort. I was no match for its raw power. Just then, a figure stepped forward from the group of campers. It was Sarah, the young woman who had stumbled earlier. She held a can of bear spray in her hand, her face a mask of determination. With a swift motion, she aimed the can at the creature and unleashed a cloud of burning spray. The creature roared in pain, its eyes squeezed shut, its claws flailing wildly. It was our chance. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her back, urging the others to follow. We sprinted towards the trail, our footsteps pounding the earth in a desperate rhythm. The creature, blinded and disoriented, stumbled through the trees, its roars echoing through the night. But it was no longer chasing us. We had escaped its clutches. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the ranger station. Collapsing onto the wooden steps, we gasped for breath, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and relief. The aftermath of the encounter was a blur. Medical teams arrived, tending to our wounds and assessing our shock. The park was put on lockdown, rangers and law enforcement officers combing the woods for any sign of the creature. But it was gone, vanished without a trace. The days that followed were a whirlwind of interviews, investigations, and media frenzy. Experts arrived from all over the country, analyzing the footprints, the claw marks, the strange symbols carved into the trees. Theories abounded, ranging from escaped lab experiments to ancient legends of creatures lurking in the wilderness. But no concrete answers emerged. The creature remained an enigma, a terrifying mystery that continued to haunt the park. Yellowstone reopened, but the atmosphere was different. A sense of unease lingered, a shadow cast over the once carefree joy of exploring the wilderness. Campers were more cautious, hikers stuck to the well-trodden paths, and the ranger station received a steady stream of reports of strange sightings and unsettling sounds. I returned to my duties, patrolling the trails, reassuring visitors, but the encounter with the creature had changed me. I carried the scars, both physical and emotional, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the beautiful landscape. The lurking terror in the woods remained a chilling legend, a whispered warning passed among campers and hikers. And I, the ranger who had faced it, was left with a profound respect for the untamed wilderness and the secrets it held. The wind whispered through the towering pines, their branches swaying like skeletal fingers against the bruised twilight sky. Each gust carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a familiar aroma that usually brought me comfort. I was alone, but not uncomfortable. I'd been hiking the Canadian wilderness since I was a kid, exploring trails like this one, a lesser-known offshoot of the famous Appalachian Trail. But today, something felt different. An unsettling feeling gnawed at me, a prickle of unease that I couldn't shake off. The usual symphony of the forest, the chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a loon, the rustle of leaves under the paws of unseen creatures, seemed muted, replaced by an eerie silence. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, a side effect of spending too much time reading those spooky wilderness survival stories online. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and deep purple, the feeling intensified. The shadows stretched long and distorted, twisting familiar shapes into menacing figures that seemed to watch me from the edges of my vision. A shiver ran down my spine, and I quickened my pace, eager to find a suitable campsite before darkness completely enveloped the forest. The clearing I chose for my campsite was small, sheltered by a thick wall of pines on one side and bordered by a rushing stream on the other. I pitched my tent with practiced efficiency, the familiar routine offering a small sense of comfort against the growing darkness. As I gathered firewood, a thick mist rolled in, blanketing the forest in an eerie silence, as though the very air were holding its breath. The flames of my campfire crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows that stretched and contorted in the swirling mist. I huddled closer to the warmth, pulling my hiking jacket tighter around me. The chill wasn't just in the air, it seemed to seep from the ground itself, a bone-deep cold that no fire could fully banish. I tried to focus on the practicalities, checking my gear, organizing my supplies for the next day's hike. But a nagging feeling of unease persisted, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that made me constantly swivel my head, scanning the mist-shrouded trees. I felt eyes on me, watching me from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a twig snapped in the distance. I froze, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. Straining my ears, I listened for any other sound, but there was only the whisper of the wind through the pines and the gurgling of the nearby stream. Was it an animal? A bear, perhaps, drawn by the scent of my campfire? Or was it something else, something more sinister, lurking in the shadows just beyond the reach of my firelight? The snapping twig echoed in my mind, amplifying the silence that followed. My senses were on high alert, every rustle of leaves, every creak of branches, sending a jolt of fear through me. The fire, once a source of comfort, now seemed to cast menacing shadows that danced and writhed at the edge of the clearing. The wind picked up, moaning through the towering pines like a mournful spirit. It seemed to carry whispers on its breath, faint voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. Was it the wind playing tricks on me, or was there something more to those unsettling sounds? Stories of the Canadian wilderness flooded my mind, tales of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit that roamed the forests, and the skinwalker, a shape-shifting creature that preyed on the unsuspecting. I tried to dismiss these thoughts as irrational fears, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I felt a cold dread creep over me, a sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake off. It was as if the forest itself was aware of my presence, and it didn't welcome me. I dug through my backpack, retrieving my bear spray and a sturdy hiking knife. Though these offered little comfort against the unknown entity I sensed lurking nearby, they were all I had. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, feeding the fire and keeping a vigilant watch on the surrounding forest. The hours crawled by, each one an eternity. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every sound a potential threat. The first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky with streaks of pale gray and lavender, offering a glimmer of hope after the long, terrifying night. Exhausted but wired, I added more wood to the fire, desperate for its warmth and the small sense of security it provided. The mist was beginning to dissipate, revealing the forest in a soft, diffused light. As I scanned the treeline, I noticed movement. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, shadowy figure gliding between the trees. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, tall and gaunt, with unnaturally long limbs that seemed to defy gravity. It moved with an eerie grace, almost as if it were floating above the ground. I blinked, and it was gone. Had I actually seen it, or was it a figment of my sleep-deprived imagination? My heart hammered against my ribs, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The feeling of dread, which had momentarily subsided with the first light of dawn, returned with a vengeance. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the remaining mist, searching for any sign of the creature. But there was nothing. Only the whispering pines and the gurgling stream, their natural sounds now imbued with a sinister undertone. Was it a bear, distorted by the mist and the dim light? Or was it something else, something more sinister, something that belonged to the realm of legends and nightmares? The stories the ranger had told me about the Wendigo, the creature that stalked the Canadian wilderness, flashed through my mind. Fear gnawed at me, urging me to pack up my camp and flee. But a strange sense of curiosity, a need to understand what I had seen, held me rooted to the spot. The rising sun burned away the last remnants of the mist, revealing the forest in all its stark beauty. But the beauty was tainted now, overshadowed by the fear that clung to me like a shroud. The fleeting glimpse of the creature, its unnatural form and movements, had shaken me to my core. I decided to break camp quickly, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the clearing where I had spent the terrifying night. As I was packing up my tent, I noticed something strange in the damp earth near the stream. Footprints. Large, elongated footprints, unlike any animal tracks I'd ever seen before. They were almost human-like, but with long, slender toes that seemed to curl into the mud. My blood ran cold. These were not the tracks of a bear, or any other creature I knew. I crouched down, examining the prints more closely. They were fresh, the impressions still sharp and clear in the soft earth. Whoever, or whatever, had made these tracks had been here recently, perhaps while I was sleeping. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't alone in the wilderness. Something was out there, something that was watching me, following me. The creature I had seen in the shadows, the whispers in the wind, the unsettling feeling of being watched, it all made sense now. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to flee. I hastily stuffed the rest of my gear into my backpack, my hands trembling with fear. I had to get out of there, find my way back to civilization, before it was too late. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct to flee. I grabbed my backpack, slinging it over my shoulder, and sprinted away from the clearing. The image of those elongated footprints burned into my mind. The forest floor was uneven, roots and rocks snagging at my feet, but I didn't dare slow down. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. I imagined the creature lurking just behind me, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly over the terrain, its glowing eyes fixed on my back. The ranger's words echoed in my mind, "Stay on the marked trails." But in my haste, I had veered off course, plunging deeper into the dense undergrowth. The trail markers were nowhere to be seen, swallowed by the thick foliage. I tried to orient myself, using the position of the sun as a guide, but the towering trees blocked most of the light, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. Fear clouded my judgment, making it difficult to think clearly. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear the creature gaining on me, its heavy footsteps growing louder with each passing moment. The adrenaline coursing through my veins gave me a burst of speed, but I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. I stumbled and fell, my hands scraping against the rough bark of a fallen tree. Pain shot through my arm, but I quickly scrambled back to my feet, ignoring the throbbing sensation. I couldn't afford to stop, not even for a moment. The forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, a labyrinth of trees and shadows. I felt lost, disoriented, trapped in a nightmare with no escape. Just when I thought I could run no further, I spotted a break in the trees. A clearing. And in the distance, a faint glimmer of light. Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. I staggered towards the clearing, my legs aching, my lungs burning. As I emerged from the trees, I saw it, a small cabin nestled amongst the pines. A beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. The ranger station. The ranger station was a small, rustic cabin nestled amongst the trees, a beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. I burst through the door, breathless and panting, my heart pounding like a drum. The ranger, a grizzled man with kind eyes and a weathered face, looked up in surprise from his map-covered desk. "Whoa there, hiker. What's the rush?" he asked, his voice calm and reassuring. I stumbled towards him, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and adrenaline. I told him about the unsettling feeling, the whispers in the wind, the fleeting glimpse of the creature, the footprints in the mud. I described the creature's unnatural form, its long limbs, its swift movements. The ranger listened patiently, his expression growing more serious with each passing detail. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on mine. "You've had a close call, hiker," he said gravely. "There are things in these woods that most folks don't believe in, things that are best left undisturbed." He told me stories of strange encounters reported by other hikers, tales of shadowy figures, eerie sounds, and unexplained disappearances. He spoke of ancient legends and folklore, of creatures that roamed the wilderness, preying on the unsuspecting. "The Wendigo," he said, his voice low and hushed. "A spirit of the forest, twisted and malevolent. It's said to lure travelers off the trails, to trap them in its icy grip." He gave me a stern warning, urging me to stay on the marked trails, to avoid venturing into the deep woods alone, and to be prepared for any eventuality. He showed me basic survival techniques, how to signal for help, and how to defend myself against wild animals. "The wilderness is a beautiful but unforgiving place," he said. "Respect it, and it will respect you. But stray from the path, and you may never find your way back." His words echoed in my mind as I left the ranger station, a renewed sense of caution mixed with a lingering fear. I knew that I was now alone in the wilderness, that something was out there, watching me, waiting. Days blurred into one another as I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the ranger's warnings echoing in my mind. I stuck to the marked trails, my senses hyper-alert, scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of movement, any hint of the creature that had haunted my nightmares. The once familiar sounds of the forest now held a sinister undertone. The rustling of leaves sounded like stealthy footsteps, the snapping of twigs like the cracking of bones. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every whisper of wind a whispered threat. I practiced the survival techniques the ranger had taught me, building makeshift shelters, foraging for edible plants, and refining my fire-starting skills. I carried my bear spray and hiking knife close at hand, constantly reminding myself of the ranger's words, "The wilderness is unforgiving." One evening, as I was making camp near a secluded lake, the feeling of being watched returned with a vengeance. A cold dread washed over me, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the warmth of the campfire. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, as if an unseen presence was breathing down my neck. I scanned the treeline, my eyes straining to pierce the gathering darkness. The wind picked up, swirling through the trees, carrying with it a chorus of whispers that seemed to emanate from the depths of the forest. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows, a tall, gaunt figure gliding between the trees. The creature. It was back. My heart hammered in my chest, and a wave of panic threatened to overwhelm me. But I forced myself to remain calm, remembering the ranger's advice. I gripped my bear spray and knife, my knuckles white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature moved closer, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly over the uneven terrain. Its eyes, two glowing orbs in the darkness, fixed on me with a chilling intensity. I knew that I was in danger, that I had to act quickly. But fear paralyzed me, rooting me to the spot like a deer caught in headlights. The creature lunged, its long, clawed hand reaching for me like a skeletal branch. I screamed, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night. Instinct took over, and I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasp. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. The creature let out a guttural growl, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Its eyes, glowing orbs of malice, burned into me, filled with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. I knew that I couldn't fight it, not with my bare hands. I fumbled for my bear spray, my fingers trembling with fear. I aimed the canister at the creature and pressed the trigger, unleashing a cloud of pungent spray. The creature roared in pain, its eyes momentarily blinded by the spray. I seized the opportunity, turning and fleeing into the darkness. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, my lungs burning with exertion. But the creature was faster. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding behind me, gaining ground with every stride. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw its shadowy form looming closer, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. Desperation lent me speed. I scrambled over fallen logs, splashed through streams, my only thought to escape the creature's clutches. I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands and knees on the rough terrain, but I quickly picked myself up and continued running. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of trees and shadows. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving, had to put as much distance as possible between myself and the creature. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I saw a light in the distance. A beacon of hope in the darkness. I stumbled towards it, my legs aching, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The light grew brighter, revealing a small cabin nestled amongst the trees. The ranger station. I had made it. I burst through the door, collapsing on the floor in a heap, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The ranger rushed to my aid, his face etched with concern. "What happened?" he asked, his voice filled with urgency. I gasped for breath, trying to recount the terrifying encounter. The creature, the chase, the narrow escape. The ranger listened intently, his expression growing more serious with each passing detail. "You were lucky to make it back alive," he said gravely. "The Wendigo is not to be trifled with." He helped me to my feet, leading me to a chair by the fire. He examined my wounds, cleaning and bandaging the cuts and scrapes. He offered me food and water, and a warm blanket to ward off the chill of the night. As I sat by the fire, the warmth slowly returning to my numb limbs, I realized how close I had come to death. The creature had almost caught me, its claws inches from my flesh. But I had escaped, thanks to the ranger's warnings and my own desperate flight. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the small cabin. I sat huddled in a blanket, sipping hot tea, the ranger's words echoing in my mind. "The Wendigo is a creature of the spirit world," he had explained, his voice low and solemn. "It feeds on fear and despair, preying on those who are lost and vulnerable. He told me stories of other encounters, of hikers who had vanished without a trace, their campsites abandoned, their belongings scattered. He spoke of the creature's insatiable hunger, its ability to mimic human voices, its power to lure its victims into the depths of the forest. I listened, my heart heavy with a mixture of fear and fascination. The encounter had shaken me to my core, leaving me with scars both physical and emotional. But it had also awakened something within me, a newfound respect for the power of nature, and a deeper understanding of my own resilience. The next morning, I packed my belongings and prepared to leave the ranger station. The ranger stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with concern. "Be careful out there," he warned. "The Wendigo may be gone, but the wilderness is still full of dangers." I nodded, my heart heavy. I knew that I would never forget my encounter with the creature, that its chilling presence would forever haunt my memories. But I also knew that I had survived, that I had faced my fears and emerged stronger. As I stepped back into the wilderness, the sun filtering through the trees, I felt a sense of both trepidation and determination. I would continue my journey, but with a newfound caution, a heightened awareness of the unseen forces that lurked in the shadows. The wilderness had tested me, pushed me to my limits. But it had also revealed my own strength, my own capacity for survival. And as I ventured forth, I carried with me the scars of my encounter, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the wild, and the resilience of the human spirit.